long story short, dude, there's just been a lot going on. Like, if I'm being honest, probably since 2019, like a lot of stuff internally, I think within me, a lot of stuff changed, leading all the way up to today. And I did a pretty overall, I don't want to say a bad job because I did good. Like I overall I felt pretty good, but by my standards, a bad job of how I manage things. Because coming up, I've always been a juggalo growing up since I was a little kid, and so I was doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes, the radio shows or helping out at live shows, gatherings, things like that. But I never was really in the loop, And then I got kind of pulled into the loop. It was November 2018. I remember I was in New York, and I got a call, and they were looking for a new social media manager. Whether they had a falling out or however that happened, they were in need, and they were like, would you like to fill that role, So I was like, fuck yeah, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'll rock that out. So I was like, I'm in New York now, but I come back this week, and we'll set up a meeting. And so I did that, went and did the meeting, had it, everything went well. I was excited. I remember, man, I knew social media, but I remember in that moment, I was so hyped. Like, when I got that call, I'm like, dude, my brain was going a million miles a minute. I'm like, we could do this. So when I got into the meeting, I tried to lay out a blueprint of what it was. And I remember sitting in there, I go, with all due respect, I think the social media thing, it's not that it's bad, but I think it could be a lot more fun with what we do here, So I laid out some ideas. Everybody seemed to be on board. And, that kind of sparked that. It went quick though, and again, going back to being a good human, if you will. I remember doing a lot of things, making posts and stuff, and I get excited about certain things we had upcoming and things like that, and then there'd be a lot of negativity in the comments. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, well, this is crazy. Like, we're having fun, we're making fun here, we're doing a lot of positive stuff. But there would be these and I'm like, all right, well, some people are just haters. You can't please everybody. That's just the world, especially social media. But then a lot of things started to pique my interest. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. Mm-hmm. So I really started to look into some of these comments about certain things, and it started off with simple things. Like, I remember we were doing a merch drop, and I was pumped for it, and then there was a lot of comments like, oh, well, fucking, I'm not buying shit because I didn't get my last order. This one was fucked up, and nobody got a hold of me. Nobody did this. And I'm like, then there was a lot of them, right? There was a lot, to the point where I'm like, what the fuck's going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, this doesn't seem right. So, Dan, have a good one, man. Have a good one. I appreciate you. So I noticed that, and it kind of started to unravel, like a darker hole. You know what I'm saying? Of where I was at, and there was a lot of wrongdoings being done, that started off small and minute, where I'm like, this is no problem. We can just fix this. We gotta get a hold of this guy. Who's this guy that runs this? Let me reach out to him. We can, if we set this up and do this. So there was like a structure. It's business. At the end of the day, this is all a business. You attach your feelings to it. That's one thing, but don't ever misconstrue the fact that this is a business. So when you peel back those layers, you start seeing other things and other problems. And there was a lot of ugliness that was going on, behind the scenes, that I was not comfortable with at that time. And everything that was so peachy and bright and such a vibrant, should have been a dream come true, was slowly in front of my face becoming a nightmare. You know what I'm saying? And I was noticing it. And then it reared its ugly face at a show. And there was one moment that changed that, where I saw somebody backstage crying, physically upset. And, trying to be a good human, you ask why, what's wrong, what's happening. And I was, filled in on a lot more things that I was very unaware of, and I made a vow to that person that when I get back, I'm going to get to the bottom of things. right? I'm gonna start, because this is not right. And if this what you're saying is true, these things need to be addressed. So there was a lot of turmoil, man. It was not an easy gig by any means. You know what I'm saying? And when you do that, and when people find out you start doing that, more people come out the woodwork. More people start reaching out because they hear about what I'm doing. And they're like, yo, well, I got this problem. And can you look into this? And can you look into... So now you went from focusing on the small problem to a big one. And now everybody sees what you're doing. And everybody is like, oh my God, I need help. Like, this is not right. This has not been going right. And it quickly spoiled my view of things. And I was very uncomfortable. I was pissed off. I was very angry at I didn't want to say a lot of people, you know, but I was very upset at the situation I was in and at the point at, you know, a certain individual. And I held a lot of that resentment in, and I was ready to quit. I was ready to leave. I had everything ready to go. I said my goodbyes behind the scenes, you know, and was ready to tap out and go do my other thing. But as I get into that meeting, I say, hey, this is what's going on. I don't like this. I don't like this. This is fucked up. This isn't, you know. All of a sudden the tables got turned, and it was like, don't go. We want you to help us save this company. And it went from me ready to check out and go back to like my life of what I was doing. And now here I am being asked to be, if you will, like a savior. You know what I'm saying? And I can't run from that. Like, there was something in me that just wanted to go back. Like, hey man, that's cool. I'll go back to, you know, doing what I was doing, rock it out. You know, this is above my pay grade type thing. But then when you have so many people reach out to you and they message you and they talk to you and they call you and it's, please don't go. We need you. We've been waiting for, you know, this is damn near like Last Hope type shit. It sounds like a movie. You know what I'm saying? And it was, which led into, what is that? So now we're in 2019. This is like the summer of 2019. The next fucking year up until 2020 was hands down the worst time of my life. Like, there's no way to put it. And I'm not going to go into crazy detail today, but I will. I will be going into that. But my time, look, if I'm just being honest with you guys, my full time, when I was there full time at Psychopathic, was one of the worst experiences of my life. There's no way to paint that. And it got so ugly to a point where when COVID hit and we were kind of into the Shaggy and the Creep show, we decided that's it. You know, I wasn't going to move forward with them. They didn't want to move forward with me. And you know, you had one half of the people wanted to ride with me and the other half did not want to ride with me. And it created a very divisive, setting. You know what I'm saying? And it was bad. So I've said it before. I mean, it's clear. There's nothing to hide there. Shaggy and the Creep Productions was never under Psychopathic Records. Psychopathic Records did not like Shaggy and the Creep. There was never a time they rooted for us. You know, which is it created a lot of. You know, I hear at one point, I know what I did was the right thing, right? So you face that. But on the other point, it's like, this has gotten so ugly. It's gotten so out of hand, you know? And you just want to make people laugh. And you want to make people have a good time. And here you are caught in the middle of something where this was the last thing on your mind. This is the last thing on your plate that you thought was going to happen or that you were going to be doing, you know? And in that, I always said that time there when we branched off and did that, think of like an empty parking lot and of an abandoned building. And then you see that flower that comes up through the crack somewhere. It's like, it was such a desolate, a toxic, dirty, downright dirty scenario. And out of what we found to get some beauty out of it. You know what I'm saying? And it had a good running, you know, and then I'm obviously not happy with how things ended. It never sat right with me, you know. I never got nobody fucking sat down with me one-on-one or, you know, said, hey, this is why. And that's just not the cloth I'm cut from. You know, I'm cut from, you sit down, you talk about your problems. You know, I've always been that way. That's how I got there. You know, that's what I fought for, those people that really needed fighting for there. And that's just how I operate. You don't scare me. Nobody scares me, you know. There's no reason you can't sit down in any scenario. I don't care if you're in a relationship, you know, if it's a work thing, a friend thing, a spouse thing. You sit down and you talk to one another. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how I've always operated. And I lost sight of that. I lost sight of that from trying to fix so many problems, right? And I was in my head, man. Like, it was a very dark play. It was a dark time. You know, you feel like you're fighting the good fight, and everybody wants you to fight for it. But when it's time to put up or shut up, you're the only one ready to fight, you know? And, you know, everybody wants that vision that could be at the end of the tunnel, but nobody really wanted to stand by your side and fight with you. They wanted you to fight for them, you know? And that's where it was. Now, I carried some animosity. You know, I don't think I ever properly really sat down and thought about it with a calm, collected, cool head over everything. Because don't get me wrong, I'm very appreciative of everything. I'm very appreciative for the opportunities that I was given, for the experiences I had. If I died tomorrow, guys, I've done some fucking really cool shit. I'm happy. You know what I'm saying? I truly am. But yeah, it was a dark time, and I never wanted to. I'm not a drama guy. I don't do drama. You know, I don't do clickbait views. I don't need that. You know, I don't need to fucking shit on somebody to create drama, to get some views, to get my buzz up. That's not how I live my lifestyle. I'm not a rapper. I'm not going to go make a rap beef. You know, that shit's stupid to me. All that shit's dumb. To me, personally, that shit's dumb. I don't do that. Like, there's something about being men and being, you know, good humans. You sit down, you work your problems out. And to this day, I believe that. But in that moment, dealing with all that and letting it fester, I mean, you guys got to understand the weight that bears, you know, because I'm going up against something I was never ready to go up against. And I know what the problem is, you know, we all know it. We knew what the problem was, but the problem, it wasn't, it's like I said, when the rubber met the road, you know, people weren't ready to do what they talked about being about, you know, and that's the unfortunate part. Now, you want to make me, I wanted to just make people laugh. I want to make people happy. That's always been my dream. That's been my goal. I'm a people person, like, straight up. I love people. I love the team atmosphere. That's why it's the Creep team, you know. I love that part, you know, and it's sad. You grow up loving one thing, and you think you know, this is a dream come true. And then when you see it, and you start peeling back these layers, it's not what it seems to be. And it's, you know, it's heartbreaking. I mean, it's absolutely, your heart gets ripped out of your chest because you don't want to believe it, and you're standing in it and you see it. You know what I'm saying? But I'll say this, everything starts with leadership. Okay? Everything starts with leadership. And if a company's failing and a company's doing something you don't like, if a company's fucking you over and you buy something and you don't get it, or there's no quality control, or a company promises you things and they're not delivering. This can be any company, by the way. You get to plug in Target. I don't care who you plug in. If there's issues that are mounting, and the people that are working for that company are not happy, and they know there's wrongdoings, and your customers, your customers are not happy. There's a lot of them very upset that they're feeling they're being taken advantage of or lied to. And in a lot of instances, let's say they're right. Who do you look at? Who would you guys look at in that instance? Who should take the brunt of that? I'm curious to see if anybody thinks that way. Plug in the... Someone's not... Hey, you know, Creep Team for life. That's for sure. That's forever and a day. But no. I'm saying a company in general. You would look at the CEO. I would start there. And that's what I did. And when I found out a lot of the inner workings and how everything's ran there, it was horrible. I mean, there's the leadership. Like, you need to, if you want to be a CEO, if you want to be a big boss, if you want to, you know, run a company, you want to fucking take all the glory that comes with it. Maybe you don't want the glory. Maybe you just want the good paycheck and good stuff like that. Then do right. You know, be ready to be a leader. If you're not ready to be a leader, you shouldn't have a spot at the table, in my opinion. You know? And that's fine. Not everybody wants that. It's a lot of fucking burden to take on. Look, when I was at my old company and I would just go in as a whatever employee, as a salesman, do my thing, life was easy. I could get fucked up. I could go party. I didn't have the responsibilities. When I also hopped into the role of being a partner of that company, my views changed, right? So in my cell phone store, it was different. Now it wasn't just a party. Now it's like, oh, I'm in charge of somebody's payroll. This person is relying on paying their bills through me in this company. We need to make sure we have something structured, set up. I want to make sure people are happy. I want people to want to work for me, right? Like, it's a whole different mindset from being a worker to a manager to a CEO, okay? And that's, to me, your problems start at the top. You have to set a precedent. There has to be a leadership there, you know? And it's not there. It didn't exist. I don't know how it runs now. I've been far removed from that place, but that did not exist. And I do not like the CEO. I can't stand him. I've looked evil in the eyes, and it's evil. You know what I'm saying? And when you know that's the problem, and everybody's like, no, he's a big fucking problem. Like, he's been a problem for years, and nobody knows it. Nobody talks about it. He does a good job at hiding in the shadows, which is very interesting, you know? And I carried that resentment. Like, I've seen it firsthand. I've been in those meetings. I've looked at it. I've called him out on multiple times. Everybody's like, no, you gotta, bro, you got, like, please, like, we know we fucked up, you know, having him at the seat at the table, you know, and I'm like, all right, I'll do, like, I can do this. I can have the game plan ready. I can put the bullets in the gun. I can buy the gun. I can get it. I can't give you that. Like, you gotta pull the trigger. You gotta be ready to do that. So it was a very toxic thing. I'm very happy. My life, don't get me wrong, is very happy being well removed from that aspect of it. And it was a horrible place. And there's so many testimonies, and I'm not going to pull nobody's name out, you know, if they ever feel comfortable enough to speak up or talk, but they should, you know. And I've been suppressing these things because a part of it is I know it can be changed. I know it can be fixed, and it shouldn't be a public issue. It shouldn't. This should all be handled behind closed doors. It should. And it was. It was being done like that. And, you know, I when I say I don't live in my fears, I truly don't. And that was a perfect example. It's talking about this, it's never been because I'm in fear of anybody. Like, nobody there I fear. That's dumb. And they shouldn't fear anybody. You shouldn't do that. Well, the only thing that I was really scared of was, I guess, the community as a whole. You know, because when there's cracks in the foundation, and it's as murky and as gloomy and dark as it was, you don't want to take that joy from people. You know what I'm saying? Like, that, this shouldn't be something that was there. This should have been handled. And the problem is things leak. There's people with emotions. There's, you know, there's a lot of things. You know, drugs can alter somebody, but the lies, the drugs, the deceit, the absolutely foul things that if this was any other company and I plugged in a name that was being done, you would all be screaming, and you know, we would all be talking about it. And you wanted to protect that. And being someone who cares about this community and this scene, you want to protect that. You want to protect people, because I'm thinking we can fix this. We can fix this. Nobody, it doesn't. Nobody like a smooth transition. We got this. You're giving me a problem. You're giving me a problem. The warehouse people giving me a problem. This guy's giving me a problem. This, you know, all these people are giving me, and I'm telling people, give me your problems, because I need to know what the problems are so I can come up with a game plan. I would go home, guys, every night, and I would lay things out, and I would put them down, and I had all these notes taken. All right, well, if I take care of this problem, this will solve this, and if I plug this in here, I'm telling you, I was like borderline a crackhead. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, we can do this. We can make this right. Everything just needs a little tweaking, you know? And I worked hard, and I think I spent too much time on it, man. And when it was closing its days, and it's hard because we're trying to push a product and a view and a vision, now doing these vlogs and things, to where we're like, man, let's just have fun. Let's just be us. Let's get back to the roots of what it is. Let's not live under that cloud. Let's do our own thing. You know what I'm saying? Let's fucking do what we know we can do, and just, it doesn't matter how dark it gets. Let's make people laugh. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Like, I loved every minute of it. It was what you saw in a podcast, in a vlog. That was raw. That was real. There was not like, that was the love I have. You know what I'm, and I know, hey, we'll call it what it is. We're not friends. You know, I can't even say that I'm friends with them anymore. Not by my choice. You know what I'm saying? The love I have, you know, truly, and this is what really hit me this week too, and I'll get into that. I was mad at everybody because everybody turned their back on me, you know, and everybody knows it behind the scene. I've got, look, I never wanted things to get ugly. I never cared about getting a paycheck. I wasn't going to sue anybody. Like, that was never my moral thing. I just wanted it to be good. I wanted everybody to be taken care of. I wanted to lead with love, fix this ship. I want the families taken care of as they should be, treated with respect as they should be. Everybody should be flourishing. That was a horrible. I don't want to undersell this. I don't want to and I don't want my words minced. And I know some people are hearing this and they're probably pissed off, and you're probably going to unfollow me, or you probably want to debate me, and that's fine, man. I'm not here to fight. I'm not here to argue. But I'm done not being thinking I can't talk about it when that's just not the truth. You know what I'm saying? So, my time at Psychopathic Records, and just that company, not talking Shaggy and the Creep, that was SC Pals LLC. That was a different company. I'm talking Psychopathic Records was the most horrible experience of my life as a whole. You know, when you weren't, you know, when I was working for him doing other things, doing shows before I really got my foot in the door, it was different. I didn't meet the people that I met. It was and it shouldn't be. That's the problem. Is it shouldn't be. You know what I'm saying? And to this day, I'll believe it. You know, I believe it in my heart. And I pray for it. I pray for it every day. I pray for that the problems get fixed. But my anger and my love, it has nothing to do with Joe and Joey. I love Joe and Joey. I know they probably don't love me. You know, for whatever reason, I don't know. The psychopathic mantra, and it just is what it is. Nobody really talks about anything. Things happen, and then you move on, and nobody really talks. You go about as business as usual, and that's just, you know, that's the way of operating over there. So when I used to joke around and say I got blipped, I mean, you do get blipped. It needs to be Men in Black wiped off, like it never existed, right? Which of course that pissed me off at first, but I know the truth. They know the truth. I love those two. And I pray for them. If you were to lock all three of us in the room and sit down and talk, there'd be no reason for any of us to be mad at each other, right? I've come to terms with closure. I don't need that. I know that day's not going to come. I'm well aware of that. I'm appreciative of my time there. However, I just I have no respect. And I know the evils of that and the problems that lie within. And now I don't know how it's structured now, but when I was there, it was very clear I was at war with the CEO, you know, and that's the problem. So you know, after all that, there was a big, on this channel, we probably had the biggest falling out, I think, with members of this community, which is fine. You know, people are going to leave. People are going to leave after today. I'm well aware of that, by the way. And God bless you. I love y'all. If you head out, this is too much. You're hearing things you don't want to hear. Hey, I hear you because I lived it. You know what I'm saying? I lived every moment of it. But all I ever wanted was the best for it, you know, and I was told so many lies being there, and I uncovered so many lies. And when I brought, you know, Alex onto this show, give me, and I want this on the record, give me, to this day, I'll take Alex 7 days a week over Billy Bill any day. 7 days a week. Okay? I'll always say that. So I don't know Alex like that. But when I was able to contact him, and we had a very long talk, and I filled him in on a lot of things, I learned so much. And he was like, I didn't know this was being said. I would love to sit down with the boys and talk to him. And I was like, look, I'm not in contact with them anymore, but he was like, well, I'm going to be in town. You know, you want to get dinner? You want to sit down and chat? So I did. I took him up on that offer, gladly. I would love to talk to someone. I don't know him. He could be lying to me the whole time. I don't fucking know. The problem is I know that there is an issue going on. Okay? So I had multiple long talks with Alex. He didn't ask to come on my show. I asked him, you know, and he told me, he was like, I just know how this works, and you're going to be blacklisted. I was like, brother, I don't do anything with that anymore anyways. You know what I'm saying? What, am I going to get doubly blacklisted? So, but he was right. Even the people that I did consider friends, everybody was gone after that. Everybody turned their back on me after that stream. I'm talking behind the scenes. There's a lot of people within this community that did as well, and that's fine. But everybody really turned their back after that stream. And my sole purpose of that was to put it out there and to put it, this wasn't to take a jab. This wasn't to hurt anybody's feelings. I wanted them to know, guys, hey, we've got a lot of questions and things. He would love to sit down with everybody and talk. And I think we need to talk. Okay. And that message was not received. And it's sad, because to me that was the last Hail Mary to get some solutions, some answers to problems. But I'll say this: when I went in to and I went there to Psychopathic full time, I'll never forget the employees in there, the office workers, the warehouse workers. They would joke around because I was excited, right? I got my own desk now, like I get to go in there, and they're like, "You better not, like, just don't, make sure you don't ever go to Billy's office. Make sure you don't." And I'm thinking, why? We're in the entertainment business. This should be, we're not the mafia. We're not the cartel. We're not a shady casino. Why would you not want to be able to talk to the boss in an entertainment thing? What if you got cool ideas? What if you, oh, no, you don't want to do that. So I said no. And every day I went in there, I made it a mission. I would start my day. I would go into his office, and we would talk and we would catch up. And then before I left home, I would purposely go in there and we would recap the day. We got along great for the first while. Then you start seeing things, and then you start getting testimonies from people of the rotten things that are being done. And workers are telling me the rotten things that they're being told to do on company time at that. And you as a good person, you're thinking, I got to do something. And then the other hand says, no, this is like, no, this can't be true. You can't, this isn't real. Like, this isn't real. Like, there's no way these things are happening. Okay? So, yeah, it's, he's not liked. He's not liked by people there. At least he wasn't, you know, when I was there. And I got to see a first look why. And, it's not Rob. Rob's a great dude. I love Rob. Rob's always giving it to me straight. I'll respect a man that can give me bad news straight, that doesn't lie to my face. Rob is a stud. So, at least in my opinion, I've never had issues with him. He's always been a good guy to me, and I won't trash talk him. He's always was upfront. He gave me a lot of opportunities. I have no issues there. Are we seeing the problem here? When I started talking, everybody in the chat started with, it's Joe, it's Joey, it's Rob. No. It's none of them. It's the guy that nobody talks about. That's who's the problem, right? And my battle there is done. I don't know how the company's structured. Look, man, I never wanted to do it. In my mind, sometimes I had these vengeful thoughts that I wanted to, you're just mad. You just want to, this can't be, it can't be like this. I keep all my phones. I have all my text messages. I have all my emails. This isn't if somebody were to see this and then I hope they would have the decency to, let's talk together. If you think I'm wrong, if you think I'm lying, or you think anything I'm saying is not true, then we can talk, But a rebuttal without talking to me is great. And knowing damn well that I have the messages from, when I say everybody wanted him down. To the point where I was asked to take over that seat. That is, I was asked to please help resurrect and save this. We know what's been going on is wrong. Please take over that seat was what was the ultimate goal. And when you go in as a fan, as a juggalo, and you're loving it, and you get into that and you peel back the layers, and I'm like, guys, this is not right. This is fucked up. And I was the only one that would, stand toe to toe and look him in his eye. Hey, explain this, okay? So I've done it. I've looked evil in its eyes, okay? So it was so crazy when somebody sent me the clip of the crazy bad talking of Al. There's so much hate towards Al. Maybe he was a bad guy. I don't know him, right? I know him as pretty much as you guys did. We had a couple conversations. But when you look at stats, like, he was, as a CEO, fucking, you can't say that dude didn't put up numbers. How many platinum records? How many gold records? I mean, it created that lore. And listening to his stories, where he was like, I wonder if I come on your show and be public, like, and show that I'm here to love. Like, I would love to sit down and go over everything and help where I can help. But that was never it. It just went back to the status quo. And like I said, a lot of people in this community that I think I've helped, whether it's personal life or streamers or things like that, there's a lot turn their back on me, and they don't fuck with me to this day, right? And that's whatever. You're going to do your thing. I'm never going to not try to do the right thing. I'm someone that, like, I lay down at bed at night, and I might not want to do the right thing and just ignore it, but my brain doesn't let me work like that. My brain is like, you can't just not stick up for people. You can't just not do that thing, right? And that's the tough part. So if doing the right thing was easy, everybody would do it, right? We've heard that saying, and that holds true. That holds true to this. So I do appreciate everybody that stood by for this. And when I said that the day after Alex was here, I said there's a big thing. It's so much bigger than what you guys are even can comprehend. You haven't seen the things that I've seen. You haven't been told the things that I've been told. You haven't been in those meetings. You don't know how rotten that system is. You don't even have a fucking clue, and you shouldn't. The problem is it exists, and at that point nobody was doing anything about it, and I'm watching something horrible unfold in front of my eyes. And I can't live like that. I won't live like that, and there was more rumors strewed about. There was this rumor that, this one broke my heart, that I stole money from the Shaggy and the Creep thing, and that was the reason for the fallout. And I thought that was a stupid rumor that somebody came up with. Then I realized it was started from behind the scenes. And I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to believe that the same people that asked me to save them from how the company was, that rode by my side, that I was so transparent with every step of the way, I did not want to believe that those people would truly tell people behind the scenes at that, by the way, that don't fuck with Kegan, he's a thief. He stole money. Then it gets leaked out to the community here, and Kegan's a big thief. He stole money. Guys, of that bank account, I was, in my 3 years there, I was, and mind you, multiple shows, multiple podcasts, multiple, we had brand deals, we had sponsorships. $0 was transferred to my bank account from that company. $0. Now, the argument that was made was there's a whole legal thing that goes behind it, going back to Psychopathic, that I sold my business to help when everybody asked to help. I quickly sold my portion of the business for pennies on the dollar because this was going to be the plan moving forward. And I gave up that. Everything went even worse than expected when I was there at Psychopathic full time. That then we branched off and did our own thing. So I was literally, the COVID hits. If you guys remember, our first vlog dropped January 2020. We're filming, we're doing all these things. COVID hits March. Okay, I was actually let go, and we decided to go our separate ways on the official Juggalo day, February 17th, 2020. Love Rob to death. Called me into his office, and he's like, I don't know what's going on, but whatever was happening, they're asking that, I guess we have to let you go. And we had a long talk, and I give him credit. Like I said, that's a man. That's someone, he wasn't even involved in this and could look me in my eyes, and he had to do the dirty work of somebody else. That should have been me and the CEO having that talk about him letting me go. But it wouldn't happen, right? It wouldn't happen that way. So we went our separate ways, and we decided, hey, we're going to still rock Shaggy and the Creep and do this. So I had created the Twitch account for Shaggy and the Creep because we were locked in COVID. We couldn't go anywhere and film. And I'm like, we got all this momentum. We're doing these episodes. Everybody's loving it. This is totally taking me out of the darkest depths of what I was dealing with. And I have some joy again in my life, starting to feel some joy. And OGs, I know Slit's one of them, for example. Man, when I would stream, I created that channel. There was like maybe 3 people. Then there was 5 people. Then there was 10 people, So that money, it was attached to my name because I set it up for me, right? But I was always transparent with it. There was just no point I could have ever stolen it. Everybody had access to the stuff. And even when I was accused of things, I said, look, we'll go through the receipts. I got them. We can go through everything, So that notion that's out there, and I would never bring this up, but unfortunately it has dragged my name through the mud, and there is people behind the scenes that truly believe that I'm some thief that stole money. I would like to say, if that is the truth, we could do it publicly. We could do it behind closed doors. We could have that meeting in front of cameras. There's a lot of things I could bring up. I don't want the stigma of being labeled a thief. That's one of the worst things you can be labeled. Never have I been labeled that in my life, ever. Okay? I've never been a perfect person by any means. Thief, that ain't one of them. And I ain't gonna let nobody lie on my name. It ain't never gonna happen. Okay? So if anybody feels otherwise or feels they got concrete evidence, please, by all means, bring it to me. We can meet, we can talk, I can go over. So I have questions I would like to ask as well. I have a lot of them, as a matter of fact. So there was that to deal with, right? So you're having these problems, and this is just work. During this time, I had to be the caretaker for my grandmother who was going through dementia. So in the midst of this, I'm taking care of her. I'm working to get the family house back, to try to set that up. Me and K Rage are working our ass off. So I'm dealing with that, selling my portion of a business that I really got to grow for pennies on the dollar, because this was such a code red emergency. Switching your life over, fighting this fight. It was a war, guys. This is like, when I say it's ugly, it's ugly. It's horrible, and I'm not going to go into details right now. If that time comes, so be it. That's not the moral of today's message. Dealing with that, then going through, you know, whatever that was at the end. That wasn't who we were. You know what I'm saying? That isn't how you do things. I think my last text I ever received from Joey was a Merry Christmas. I wished him a Merry Christmas. This was after we split, a couple days after Hollow Wicked 2022. So that Christmas was, I think, the last text I ever sent. I said Merry Christmas. He said Merry Christmas to you and yours, with a little Christmas tree emoji. And we haven't spoken since. There was these rumors of me being a thief or a monster. Why would there be so much love there at the end? You know what I'm saying? Why would there be that? So that doesn't make sense. And I'm not a thief. I didn't steal anything. I didn't do anything malicious. And everybody knows that. But I do feel whatever happened, there's a lot that I don't know. There's a lot that used to keep me up at night when I think about scenarios of why. I'm like you guys. I'm in the dark just as much as you guys. Not saying things were perfect, man. We were stressed. Josh was stressed. He was not in a good spot. I was not in a good spot mentally. And I want to take a lot of responsibility for that, because as a leader, and I know better. That's why I said 2018, bro, going into these problems, I handled them different. It was like you were getting hit from every angle, and I was up to my head in shit, you know? And for everybody, you know, I see the big picture. We can fix this. We can make this right. Like, I hated when I was social media manager, the messages, the comments I would get about these, and most of them were right. Like, most of them were right. Like, the merch setup sucked. It was horrible. It was absolutely, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You know, it was so bad to where there was somebody that hit me up, and they said, this is what's happening, and I didn't believe them. And to prove them wrong, to prove this person wrong, I went and bought the merch drop me and Josh came up with. Didn't tell nobody. I created a separate account. I bought the merch, and I'm like, I'm going to get it. There's going to be no problems. Guys, a month went by. 2 months went by. I reached out to the company we're working with, and I'm like, hey, I'm not getting what I paid for. I'm working here. And I tested the system, and I'm getting fucked. And when I saw that, I felt so bad for the fucking, like, you understand, the Juggalos are like, this scene is, it's going to be looked back at and be studied as one of the most beautiful, you can't explain it. And there should be such high regard taken in quality and making sure people are taken care of and taking complaints and problems seriously. And it wasn't being done. And that pissed me off. And when you log in every day and I'm excited for something, but then you get a million things, and most of the time they were right. And I hated that they were right, because I wanted to prove this guy wrong. Like, dude, you're trolling. I got fucked out of my own money for a merch drop that I came up with, that Josh designed. And now that leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Right? So that was the tipping point. And I just anger. And I'm like, how can this happen? How is everybody here? I come to work every day. Everybody's miserable. Everybody's in a bad mood. Like, this isn't family. If this is a family, this is a fucked up one. We need to sit down and talk. And I've talked to employees that have worked there before I was there. The employees that I were there, seeing it, hearing it from my brothers. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I couldn't believe it. I still don't want to believe it. It can't be that bad. And it was. There was, you know, it's like I was trying to fight for you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I swear to God that I was fighting for everybody, man. And the solution is poor leadership. It's poor leadership. I'm not pinning it on not saying there wasn't bad. There's some rotten employees there too that I may or may not still be to this day. Not saying that. But it starts at the top. You set the precedent at the top. And think about it. Take me back to the Alex era. Take me back to the first 6. For OG Juggalos, are you going to tell me that that era wasn't a beautiful, amazing thing? If it wasn't for that era, this what it's on now, it's running off the fumes of that. It's not what it was back then. I don't care what nobody says. Like, you're lying to yourself, okay? So take your emotion out of it. Take your feelings out of it. If I was to say this was company XYZ and it was ran by John Smith and I told you these same stories with different names, not attached to your personal feelings, you would be saying, that's fucked up. That's stupid. How could it be like that? And then it's like anything. It's like people that follow politicians. It's like people that follow to a cult. You know, like when your identity is based on something else that you can't control, it's a slippery slope. And the problem is this scene was such a beautiful one, and it's gone downhill. It's not the same. Everybody hates everybody. There's multiple cliques. I can't even keep up with the cliques, right? There's this camp doesn't like this camp, and I can't listen to this artist because this guy doesn't listen to this artist. And, I didn't even know, but now they hate this guy, so this person. And then this group of people say that one is a bad group because they did something bad. And everybody just hates everybody. And it starts at the top. You have to set the precedent. That is your job as a CEO. You got to rally the troops. You got to get everyone in order. You have to be a boss. You have to care about the company. You have to care about your customers. You have to care about your community. And when the top doesn't care, why should anybody else underneath not care? Is this just like, am I making sense? So the issue starts at the top. And here's the thing. The people behind the scenes, I have it all in here. Everything's in here. Every text message, every late night message from family members of said people. Kegan, please, I know it's horrible. I know what you're going through. Don't give up. We need you. I have it all. Everybody begged me to save it. It has been so bad for so long, and nobody says anything. And in my brain, I was like, they can't keep getting away with it. It can't. And that's where my brain was stuck. Even to a couple months ago, I would wake up in the middle of the night. I would when I would take a shower, I would be scrubbing my hair, and I'm like, I can't, and it would just it's just that. It's like everything. I focus on everything. I got to the root of so many problems. I just, it's bad. It's bad. I mean, there's a screenshot in here that I'll look at and it pisses me off. It makes my fucking blood boil. It makes me sick to my core, and it's like it's bad. It's just like, and there shouldn't be. And I don't want the hate targeted towards. There shouldn't be. We should never lead with hate, anyways. Let me just preface that. You know, but there has to be change. My time's up. I've given everything that I had. I have removed myself. Look, the forces that be do not want me there. You are not going to see me on a reunion show. You are not going to see me at a gathering, at a concert. So I know a lot of people ask that. That isn't how this works. That isn't how this happens. It will be ignored. You get the blip effect. Hopefully things skate by. Am I saying I'm perfect? No. Fuck no. There's things looking back that I wish I did different, that I wish I would have handled a little different. I wasn't perfect. But man, I'll tell you what, and I promise you, and I swear to you, every blinking moment of being there, it was fighting for everybody. From everybody at the top that should be taken care of and respected. You know, I could do a whole episode, a deep dive, focusing in on a lot of these things. And I don't want to do that today. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, because I don't care anymore. I don't care. And that leads me to what happened this week. So that's a small portion, right? Like, I kind of filled you guys in. And some of you guys might be saying, why? Why are you saying that right now? Why are you bringing all this up? This is, bro, you're talking about shit from 2019, 2020, bro. Like, let it go. You sound like a crazy ex-girlfriend. Let it go. I see that argument. Okay? The problem is, and you guys know this in the chat, I have told you every instance of my life, from my childhood, from, you know, the history of growing up. Look, I had a mother that was addicted to drugs. I was raised by my grandmother. I can openly talk about that. I can talk about horrible sex stories. I can be open with you about my sex life. I can talk to you about things that happen in the moment as they're happening. But there's always been this dark cloud over really talking to you guys about the truth from 2019 to the end of 2022. It's like, it's metaphorically, if you guys live in my life, I spill my brain to you. I'm not afraid to talk about anything. There's nothing that I'm ashamed, that I'm like some deep dark secret I hide. There's things I'm disappointed in myself for, sure, you know, but there's nothing that I don't mind sharing, you know. But that, and it was always walking on eggshells. It's always walking on eggshells with it. And I felt like I was starting to lie to you guys. Like, some people would, it's not even you guys were being dicks or prying. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how that makes me feel as a man, that some of you guys spent your time, your hard-earned money buying merch from what I was doing with my face on it. You know, you invested so much time, energy. You were blowing us up doing what we were doing at Shaggy and the Creep. And when you ask me why, I can't give you an answer. I can't give you the full, because I don't know the full answer. I've got speculation and things like that, but I always said, man, me and Josh pitched the idea the very last time we saw Shaggy, where we said he was at my house, he come to pick up some things. This is after, you know, it was said that they wanted to end the show. And, you know, I was pissed off. Josh was pissed off. And Joey was in a good mood. Like, he was happy, not in like bragging. He was like, he had so much love in his heart. And I remember I was like, I don't agree. I don't know what's happening. I don't agree. Like, we should just do one last, I don't care if it's over. I don't beg nobody to stay in my life, but I think we owe it to everybody to do like an episode. Explain. Better than like a fucking tweet or a fucking, you know, like, some people went and got shit tattooed on them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. This feels like such a cop-out, you know? And the last words physically that I spoke to him, we were in my last house, we were doing the podcast, and we were going to carry the boxes. Him and Manny were there. And we stood at the doorway, and he said, I'm not leaving your house until both you guys give me a hug. And we group hugged. Me, Josh, Joey, we grabbed each other, we hugged each other, and that was it. You know what I'm saying? It was, I don't have a hatred there. I don't know what happened. I don't know if he's mad at me for, I don't know. Nobody talks. Nobody fucking talks. And that's the problem. But it felt like I felt like such a bitch for not being able to tell you guys, and I got to skate on ice. And I got to walk on eggshells. You know what I'm saying? It's not, bro, and I want to, listen to me. Me and Joe, sure. Me and Violent J, I don't think he likes me. I know he doesn't like me. But he didn't like me when it got real ugly. When I talked to Violent J sober, and I would talk to him, we would have a lot of long talks one-on-one in that office. And he spilled his heart out to me, and I spilled mine out to him multiple times. And when he was sober, and he didn't have his face paint on, and I was talking to Joe Bruce, the man with a clear conscience, there's a lot of love in that man's heart. There is a lot of love in that man's heart. And we had a lot of good talks. The problem is I started to see him not sober. And when you're not sober, you don't think straight. And when you don't think straight and you've got people in your ear and you've got people funneling it, that's not a real friend. When a friend has and this also leads to what I'm going to tell you guys here in a little bit about my life. When you see a friend that's battling some demons and they're under the substance, you know, they're not sober, they're not well, they're not thinking. I've had this happen to me multiple times. You don't enable them. I don't care if they scream blue bloody murder. I don't care if they hate you. I don't care if they threaten you. You don't do it. You don't, like, that's not what a friend does. Like, I can't look at you, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't look at you as a man. Look at your family. Look at what you mean to so many people. Look at all the talents you have, all the memories and the moments we have, and allow you or enable you to keep doing that. I can't do it, and I won't do it. So, if that means, hey, take me away from a seat at the table, that's cool. I don't need to be at that table. Don't surround me with people who enable that, who know what's going on, who know what's wrong, and turn the blind eye. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's ugly, guys. It's ugly, and I never wanted to really speak because it's like keeping Santa Claus alive, right? To kids. That's how I would always describe it to my friends behind the scenes here, like, because we have a lot of talks, you know, we're always talking, the boys are yapping, but now, for the first time, I can honestly say to you guys, like, I am at peace. So today, this wasn't meant to be a hit piece. This wasn't meant to, like, arm the troops, and he's mad, and I needed to paint the picture for you guys and be honest with you about some of the things I haven't been being honest about, that I've been living with regret about, that, like, I don't want to say because I don't want to hurt people's feelings. I'm not afraid of anybody. Don't get me wrong. There is nobody there. There is nobody here that I fear. That is just, do not mix that up. But it's also the thing of being a good person, of trying to fight that good fight behind the scenes and doing it with what's there so people can still enjoy themselves. I want people to be happy, you know? But sometimes things got to get a little ugly before they get better, right? So I'm not here to preach, do none of that. Try to dig up old graves, if you will. But it did bother me that I can talk to you guys about anything in my life from my childhood up until what K-Ray, which I forgot, made for dinner tonight, except a 4 or 5 year stretch is real murky. I feel like I gotta watch what I say. I don't watch what I say. I'm not a malicious person. I don't lead with ill intent, and for a while I think I was. If I'm being honest with you guys, I think in my mind I was so mad. I was so mad that so many people turned their back. I was so mad that everybody there knew what we were fighting for. Everybody. And I've got proof to back it all up. And it was clear as day. We all were fighting for the same thing. And then one day, that fight, we lost. That's what it was. In my eyes, we lost. And we had it on the ropes. I think it was the closest it was ever going to get. And all this stuff happening. So no, I don't want there to be room. This isn't Kegan hates Joe. Kegan hates Joey. No, I don't. And I would look them in the eyes today. I love them. I really do. Was I mad? Yes. Am I mad about certain things? Sure. But if they were fucking hanging off the side of a building, holding on with their hands, and I was on that roof, I'm going to pick them up. And that's the moral of this. And I think a lot of people, whatever you're dealing with, you can be mad at people. You can be mad. You can be upset. Fucked up things can happen to you. But I think it is important to forgive the little things. And you're not in everybody's shoes. You're not. You know what I'm saying? So I can say, I got nothing to hide. Like, when somebody came in and said, no, you know, you're mad at Jay. No. I've had a few. Not much. Like, I didn't know him that well, but I did know him pretty good enough. And when he was sober and he was on his A game, the love that came out of that man, the love that he talked about with so many people, the love that he showed me and Josh, and it even straight, you know, the mind piece, you know, like, man, we had some good plans, but when you see things and people are not sober, you also got to remember they're not the same person. And I was mad at somebody who that's not who he really is, but I'm mad at the system that's allowing that to happen. That's where my anger's targeted at, right? That's truly what makes me mad. It's the system that enables and allows. I know there's people that are there. There's going to be people that watch this today that are not going to like me and they're going to unfollow. And it ain't the first time. It ain't going to be the last time. That's life. I always said, if you can't handle a little bit of criticism or haters, social media content creation, it ain't for you. You know, it ain't for you. That comes with the territory. Anything you do entertainment-wise, right? It's tough because this is a different scene. This is a scene that pride itself on the word family, right? And it just hasn't, in my opinion, in my eyes, it hasn't felt like a great family on a lot of aspects. And I can't control that. You know what I'm saying? I can't control all that. Here in this community, and the people that are here, I think we're studs. Like, I think we're rock stars. I think, you know, you guys might not know this, but I owe you, and I truly mean this from the bottom of my heart, man. I owe you guys a big thank you. Everybody that's watching this right now, or will watch it on the VOD that isn't a hater, because everybody else turned their back at me. And I know I led with the purest intentions. Was the execution always A1? No. I was in over my fucking head. Okay? Josh, thank you for the sub too. Thank Bozzy for the raid. Mads gifted a sub. I'm so sorry, man. Funny as hell. Thank you for the resubby. I'm sorry, but I told you guys, man. I didn't want to do it on the Switch 2 day. And I didn't want to first stream back, you know what I'm saying, be like that. But it was the Switch 2. We had to pivot gears. I mean, come on, you know? But seriously, though, like, with all due respect, like, I love you guys, and, like, super, super thank you for being the ones that weren't afraid. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people slandered my name behind the scenes that I'm just now finding out about, which I do got to make a couple calls. A lot of people turned their back, and a lot of people that did are the same people that knew I was the only one that had theirs. And that was the part that hurt. That was the part that I lived with. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was the deep-rooted feelings there. But it starts at the top. And I also, with that, I have a lot of good memories. I learned a lot. You know what I'm saying? I got to sit with two of the most beautiful, artistic, been there before minds. I got to pick some brains of my idols. And I'll never take that for granted. At all. There will always be a love in my heart there. But the leadership is bad. It's horrible. You cannot like me. You cannot agree with my stance on things. You can hate me. You can do whatever. I don't want you to ever be able to call me a liar. A liar or a thief. Okay? Those two, I don't want to be called that. And I started feeling kind of like a liar to you guys. Because I'll be open up about everything. But for whatever reason, you know, I felt I couldn't be honest about everything. And that's not me. That's not who I am. I don't operate like that. So again, you might not like how I operate, and that's fine. Teach their own. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but to me, that's how I work. I'm not afraid of anybody. I'm not afraid to sit down and talk. I think we need a lot more of that in this scene, and I mean across the board. I mean, the world could use it. You know, it's you know, and when you're not doing that in the way that I would have liked to, or I was pissed off that, you know, for, you know, in that whole instance, here I was. We were in the thick of it. We were in the fucking lion's den. I looked the beast in his eyes day after day, went in there. I knew what the problem was. And we couldn't, at the end, it didn't go how it was supposed to go. And right now, I know what I got to focus on. And I got to be better. You know, I got to be better in so many ways, and it's a never-ending journey. You know, I got a long fucking way to go. But it is what it is, man. You know, can't hold on to it. So, exactly. Live from what's happening now. You know, and I was guilty of that. But my biggest thing and why I wanted to tell you guys, like I said, is I just felt a guilt. You know, I felt a guilt that I was holding stuff back from you guys. And how can I sit here and practice and tell everybody that I'm transparent and I'm upfront and I don't lie and I'm not a liar, but yet I'm not being truthful with you guys about it. You know, I've been dealing with that problem for a long time. You know what I'm saying? A long, long time. Yeah, there's definitely, it is weird. There is like a closure. There definitely is. There definitely is. And this isn't, man, like I said, I don't want it to be confused with everything I said today that to boycott. Oh, they're bad. No. That isn't the message at all. I want you to go where you want to go. I want you to love what you love doing, you know? This is just my story. You know what I'm saying? And I'm allowed to tell it. And if
the people that love ICP so much, they're going to fall into the bullshit. Like, they're going to be like, no, you know, they ain't lying. They're telling the truth. Twiztid is lying. Twiztid's the bad guys, or, you know, all that bullshit.
How could it be? How could it be? Look at the proof. Proof's in the pudding. Proof's in the pudding, man. Heartbroken and homicidal. How much advertisement did it get? How much push did it get? None.
Exactly.
Fucking 3-4 years ago.
Exactly.
That was 4 years ago that shit came out. 4 years ago, man. So it's like you look back at shit like that, and then you're gonna come and say that, you know, that you know, Twiztid could be the ones to blame. Well, come on. I mean, shit.
And then you got Cole 187 that got all that, you know, promotion for his one album that pretty much was just a knockoff of every psychopathic artist that was ever on Psychopathic. I mean, he used the beats for every artist.
Right.
So, I'm just glad somebody else could, you know, put some closure in on this, because I've been getting hate mail nonstop every time I open my mouth about it, going, man, you don't know shit. You're just lying, ICP.
Give me some questions. Ask me some shit. Come on, get it out.
It wasn't really, it was their mistake. You know? Like you said,
it's all their mistake.
It's
all their mistake, but, you know, they'll turn around and say, you know, shit just don't work, and they'll sugarcoat the shit so everybody still love them and this, that, and the other thing. I get it. That's a business move. And congrats to them for figuring out a way to lie to everybody, because they've been doing it since 91. That's all I'm saying. You know, ICP used to be a band, not a poison. But it just seems like nowadays that everybody's like, I wish I could get this poison out of my skin.
Exactly.
You know, seeing as how you sit there and tattooed something and believed in something, but they ain't never believed in it from day one. How you gonna start rapping about being the motherfucking broke assholes, and now you are the rich assholes, still rapping about being the broke assholes? That don't make sense.
Well, I mean, one thing I get asked a lot, and since, you know, you worked there for 6 years, and like I said, you know them, do you see, now that everybody's starting to pack up and hit the road, like every major person other than ICP left, do you see Psychopathic going under?
No, man, hell no, they're not going to go under, dude. Splendid Clam's album is going to go gold. You know what I mean? You know, Gunk Chevy, you know, when he puts out his album, fuck, man, there's so much life in his raps, it's going to be great. I'm sure they'll fucking sell probably twice what Twiztid sells, for sure. And, you know, and then 9 Pistolas, I mean, that's in my CD changer right now. Changing out every fucking 2 seconds, because it's just great. I can't get enough of it. Yeah, no, their record label is going to flourish. The only reason they're going to stay afloat is because they're going to make old money off of the shit that they've already released on the record label. So they're going to still make money off of Twiztid and Boondocks and Blaze for all the albums that they own. So they'll stay afloat. There's no doubt in that, 100%. But until he comes out and admits that the only reason they are afloat is because of that old shit, it really don't matter. And he ain't going to say that anyway, because he's too busy eating. Eating all the food. All the food that all you motherfuckers keep paying for.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
On a personal note, my Twitter's getting blown up, and someone actually wants me to ask you this. At FreddyXOXO wants to know, does Psychopathic and or ICP owe you any money such as they do Blaze and Twiztid?
Man, first of all, you gotta be a goddamn fool to think that they don't. I mean, shit. You think that they pay anybody good?
No.
Aside from ICP?
See? I'm mind blown, fully.
They are good businessmen. The only difference is that there are good businessmen that last and have longevity. And then there are businessmen that fuck over everybody and burn every bridge that they possibly can. And then they reach out and act as if everything is cool and do long fucking interview rants about how, oh, it's all good and, you know, Twiztid's gonna go out and do their own thing and blah, blah, blah. It's all bullshit, man. You fucked it up, dude. You fucked it up for everybody that has that tattooed on their skin, for everybody that bangs that shit out in their car, and for everybody that's going to try and go to the gathering this year and enjoy somewhat of it.
No, I'm not even going to attempt to go. Not even going to attempt.
What do you think about this gathering? Do you think that
actually
going to be at the gathering?
Candy, don't want to interrupt, but we have 43 seconds until we have to take a break.
Oh, well, take a break. Do what you gotta do. Well,
alright, we'll be right back. Stay tuned. The links will be up. We'll be right back.
At www.spreaker.com, create your own radio show and find thousands of exclusive radio channels.
2, 1, and we're back. What up, y'all? This is your boy Jay Allen, here with Candy still, and our very special guest, DJ Fillin. Before we got cut off there because of the whole break thing, Candy was starting to ask Fillin about something. So, do you remember what you were going to ask, Candy? Or you? Lay off the pot, bro.
That's what I was talking about. It was about the gathering. Do you think now that they're gone, do you think they're actually going to be at the gathering? Because, like Lam and Jay was saying, and ICP keeps saying, no, they're still going to be at the gathering. You know, they're part of it. They're part of the Juggalo family, blah, 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 blah. Do you really think they're going to show up to the gathering? And then what are they going to fucking do? Be like, well, yeah, no, they ditched us last minute, blah, 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 and try to hang it on them again.
what do I think?
What do you think? Do you think they're actually going to go to the fucking gathering?
I mean, I ain't no motherfucking Miss Cleo now, so I can't be predicting no futures, but, you know, if, like I said, you know, open up your eyes on the whole thing. If you look back, these motherfuckers have never been paid right. So, when it comes down to the gathering, you better cough up some real-ass cheddar if you want them there. Now, if they're smart, they'll cough up whatever they ask for. So if I'm Twiztid, I'm going to the table like, give me 100,000. I'll come do a show. So we'll see what happens. But from prior knowledge and knowing that motherfuckers are probably a little bit on the broke side of things right now, I mean, shit. We'll see what happens. I can't give you a yes or no to that, but I would definitely say that, you know, once not a payer, always not a payer. I mean, I ain't saying them motherfuckers are gonna change their ways. I mean, look, they lose good talent, and what do they bring in? Shit talent. Why? Because you can pay shit talent, but you were paying your good talent. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Exactly. They think it's something good. They find all these new up and comers, essentially, and think, you know, the up and comers think, oh wow, you know, I'm in Psychopathic. This is fucking great. They're paying me. It's okay. But they're just so happy that they're there and they have enough status that they can do that shit, whereas everyone else who's working there for years and years and years is like, okay,
Exactly. So, obviously, you know, you mentioned earlier that you and Twiztid are, you know, somewhat close, actually. You guys are boys, correct?
Yeah.
Well, how do you think they're gonna feel about all of this?
Oh, well, you know, why do you think I keep my mouth shut for so long? You know, they'll probably be, you know, a little bit upset, but, you know, it ain't no big deal. They know where I sit with everything, and I know where they sit with everything. I'm proud of them. It took, man, come on now. I can't tell you how many times I sat in the studio with them boys and hearing everything. You know what I mean? It is what it is. We've been talking about this shit for years, and they made a move, and that's why the day they made the move, I made a Twitter post saying I'm glad, I'm happy for them, because you know what? It's been a motherfucking travel for them. Them dudes are way over talented to be where they were at their entire careers. They should have never ever got bumped into that, you know, and when they did, they, of course, they, you know, same thing that everybody thinks, ooh, Psychopathic Records, you know, but back then it was like, shit, we're gonna get hooked up. And in essence, they did. You know what I mean? They ain't all bad. They can't be mad. They can't even have beef. That motherfuckers have been getting fed for the past, you know, 15 years from that record label. So they can't be all that mad. You know, they're still humble motherfuckers. You know, that's number one thing that I learned from them. That's why I don't ever say shit. But in the realest of all real, I mean, it just is what it is. You know, you can the biggest thing I want people to take from anything that I'm saying is see it for your fucking self. Don't let somebody just tattoo some shit in your brain. Don't let them poison you. This shit's ridiculous. You're going to sit here and listen to this guy and talk about fucking having problems in life. What problems does this guy have? Motherfucker's sitting on shit, 8 different properties, a bunch of mansions, a bunch of cars. You know what I'm saying? Come on, living the dream. Exactly. Shit, the motherfucker went on with Marz Shore on fucking Dateline and said they were worth $10 million. $10 million. Count that. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
The motherfuckers ain't hurting for shit, but then they're going on a mic saying that they're hurting for shit. That don't make no sense.
See, I've always...
I'm just saying, be what you are. You know what I mean? It's that same thing in Batman. I'll say it again. You know, it's the same thing they said in Batman. You either become the hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And they've lived long enough to see themselves become the villain. That's where they're at.
Exactly. See, I've actually...
At the beginning, because they were sticking up for scrubs, they were sticking up for lowlifes, they were sticking up for people who had nothing back in 91. Now, fucking 22 some odd years later, they're in the game, and they don't even know what to rap about. They're motherfucking lost. Come on now, you gotta tell me that it's all over. This is a horrible song. It's all... Come on, man. Get the fuck on with that shit. Take that Britney Spears bullshit and throw that shit away.
I'm gonna play that as a background
music. ICP, that's some fucking... We just went ahead and sent up some shit. We made a real crappy music video to go along with it, and there you go.
See, I've said for like the last few months when all this shit has happened that, in my personal opinion, which may not mean much to anyone, but, you know, it means a lot to me, that I think after the Mighty Six Joker cards, ICP probably should have retired and let everybody else on the record label take over.
Thing. I can't agree with that only because of this. I don't think they should have retired. What I think is that they should have stuck to just IC fucking P. Don't stick your hands in everybody else's shit. Why you got Violent J producing albums? You ain't no motherfucking producer. You're a rapper, and you're lucky to even be halfway good at that. So sit back, do ICP, and let the fucking CEO run the goddamn record label. Not you, motherfucker. You ain't no CEO. You didn't even graduate 8th grade. How the fuck do you think you can run a multi-million-dollar company?
Sounds just like what Candy said.
I said a lot. That's something I said a lot since this all happened. You know, a record label, a record company make their claim as a great record label or company by having so many artists, you know, subscribe to that company. And
he even said it himself. He said it himself in this fucking interview. He sat there and said there was some mistakes on the album. Dedicated to the Butterfly didn't make it in, and Gum Chevy's little dedication of bullshit didn't make it in. Blah blah blah. We make mistakes. This, that, and the other thing. Motherfucker, no. You're a multi-million-dollar company. You don't make mistakes. The only reason that mistakes are made is because you are a mistake, motherfucker. You are. You're the reason. You're the reason shit gets rushed and shit doesn't happen on time. Don't blame nobody but your motherfucking self. He makes himself seem like such a boss in the fucking interview. So we fired that guy, and then we brought in another guy, and then that guy didn't have enough time, so it just didn't work out. No, motherfucker, it didn't work out because you fucked up from day one. You probably didn't give this shit to numero uno, and numero uno probably took whatever kind of bullshit you did give them and tried to make it something, and then when you look at it, you're like, well, I don't like it. It doesn't look shitty enough. I gotta shitty it up some more. I mean, come on, dude, for real. You think the Gathering infomercials are fucking top quality? This guy does. Why do you think every fucking commercial they put out looks the same?
Exactly.
Because ICP runs the record label. You heard it from the horse's mouth today. It's their shit. So it's gonna, everything that's entitled with it is gonna be their shit. So everybody's gonna think the same way I think, everybody's gonna eat the same way I eat, and everybody's gonna shit the same way I shit. That's why everything fucking sucks.
Exactly.
I mean, come on, man, you can't tell me that Sugar Slam is talented.
Don't even give it. Oh my god. Is it true? I mean, I don't know if you truly know this or not, or if it was just fucking spam on the internet. But ICP tweeted the other day, like a month ago actually, that Sugar Slam and Violent J were gonna put out a sex tape and sell that bitch for millions. Like, that just shows that they have a big head and that they're way too fucking cocky about it. Like, anybody who wants to watch Violent J plowing with Sugar Slam?
You know, I didn't even know they had tweeted something that awesome.
Yeah, I believe we went over it.
I mean, you know, everybody would like to watch it, but they'd have to clean the fog off the fucking lens from all that heavy fucking breathing.
It'd be like...
This guy can't even make it through a fucking sentence. You think he's gonna hop in bed with that little broad? Hell no. He'd have to find her first.
It'd be like a chihuahua what's the word I'm looking for? An elephant with a smaller trunk.
That's a Tech 9 line. That's a Tech 9 line. That's a Mini Cooper hating on a monster truck. Ponder such. It don't work.
See, I don't know. I just lost all respect for them. Like, so many people hate on the fact that I say that, but I really don't give a shit. Like you said, it's in the... You just gotta look into it. Like, it's right there in front of you. Like, you can tell they're bullshitting everyone. And there was even, that one fucking video of Violent J talking backstage. Said that nobody... Like, it doesn't really matter, because as long as there's a Hatchet Man label on it, the fans will buy it. Even if it sucks. And how many songs did they put out saying that, you know, he can suck, he can have a cold and sound like shit, and people will still buy it. Like, right there, that's just like... The proof has been there all along.
Well, I mean, look, you know what I'm saying? Look, here's the thing. You know, people may feel that I can't cope with their situation. They've loved ICP for so long. I get it. You know what I'm saying? I loved Bone Thugs-n-Harmony my entire fucking life. When I was growing up, my parents didn't let us listen to rap. We couldn't listen to that shit because it was all cuss words and everything else. So my brother and I used to listen to Bone Thugs because since they were so fat, you couldn't hear them motherfuckers swearing. So I loved Bone Thugs growing up. Loved them. Them motherfuckers that broke up and got back together and broke up and had kids and broke up and then got back together 8 billion fucking times. And I understand the struggle of loving someone that keeps fucking you. But what I'm saying is that as many times as Bone Thugs-n-Harmony broke up and all that shit and all the shit they went through and the shit they put each other through, blah, 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 it is what it is. But to me, it's a little bit more personal because they weren't just breaking up or anything, ICP. They were keeping my motherfucking homies from eating. See what I'm saying? They weren't feeding nobody right but them goddamn selves. And to me, that's fucked up. They were doing that for years, and this shit wasn't right. That's why they finally left. You have no idea how hard of a decision it was for Twiztid to do that. You know what I mean? Because they got mad love for their fans and loyalty to the fans the same way I felt when I walked away from the radio. I mean, shit, I ran that motherfucking shit for 5-6 years. I didn't run it personally. They always had some knick-knock up in that motherfucker trying to run it core and shit. Like, this guy can fucking run a radio station. But, you know, goddammit, I love this shit. So you hang around it, and you love it. You don't want to leave an investment. It's the same thing for them. They invested 15 years of their lives with that shit. They done had fucking, they got, you know, motherfucking married. They've had kids. They have a whole life formed around that shit. So it's real hard to leave something like that. But in the end of the day, if somebody can go from 15 years invested in a place and something they love so much and something they're so good at and walk up and leave, then you know goddamn well that it ain't got shit to do with them. It can't.
Exactly.
It just can't.
Well, see, one thing that everybody... We have a little chat here on our show, and one thing that everybody wants to know is, we've been talking a lot about Violent J, but where does Shaggy fit in this category?
I'm sorry, what was that?
We've been talking a lot about a Violent J, but everybody wants to know, what about Shaggy? Like, is he just a towel boy, the cameraman? Or Candy says, the drunken vajayjays, bitch.
Oh God, don't say what I've been saying.
Why not? We're putting it all out there.
Okay, alright. Everyone had asked, what about Shaggy? We're only talking about Violent J, and I had posted Shaggy as the JJ's drunk bitch.
Well, see, like, you never hear Shaggy have more than a few lines in any of their new shit. I've noticed that. Like, he doesn't really rap that much. Well, see, he had more talk time on some of his older shit.
Keep it real. Don't fuck up. Keep it real.
Like Hocus and Pocus. They kind of did the whole Twiztid thing. Like, Violent J would have a line, then, you know, Shaggy would have a line. Now it's just Shaggy...
That's one motherfucking song. That's one song on an entire album.
Well, then why is he still part of fucking ICP? I mean, if Violent J is such a big head, then why doesn't he get rid of Shaggy?
Because he don't need to. He makes money off the motherfucker.
Well, then why does Shaggy stand for it?
Okay, well, here, we'll break it down. What do you think sells more, a solo Violent J album or an ICP album?
Well, to me, it's just, why doesn't... I mean, obviously ICP. ICP, obviously. I mean...
Okay, well, there you go. That's why the motherfucker's still there. Otherwise, he would have got rid of him, too. You think he gives a fuck about him? Come on, now.
Well, see, my question is, why doesn't Shaggy just pack up and leave, then? I mean, granted...
What's he gonna do?
You never know.
What do you think is gonna sell more? Solo Shaggy 2 album or an ICP album?
Obviously ICP. But I'm sure Shaggy 2 Dope's got some fresh ideas.
You gonna get a burger with fries, or you're just gonna get the burger? You want the fries too, right?
Well, obviously. That and the chicken nuggets.
Well, come on.
Chicken nugget, bitch.
You gotta have the chicken nugget.
Definitely. Fuck you, Candy. Fuck you.
You wouldn't do it, Jay. You wouldn't do it.
You want to know the realest of the real? The realest of the real is that Joey's a cool motherfucker. Joey is way different than Joe. And there ain't shit to talk about Joey because Joey's just there. Joey's melon with the mesh. He can't really do much because he's got to deal with a fat 450-pound airbag going off every day. So, you know, it just is what it is. He deals and rolls with the punches. Joey's a good motherfucker, man. I will vouch that to the day I die. That motherfucker, I love him. If there's anybody I miss from the record label that I don't see outside of that place, because I see Twiztid and I see Blaze and I see ABK and shit outside of that shit. I see all them all the time. But, you know, people that I miss back at that motherfucker, Joey number one, no doubt. 100%. I love that motherfucker. We used to do shows just him and I. Radio stuff. That's a real motherfucker. He's cool as hell. That's why there can't be too much shit said about him, because it ain't him. It ain't like he's sitting back calling all these fucking shots.
This is what he told me. I don't know if this is true, but this is what Chris told me. And I have no reason not to believe him, because me and him shot each other straight as motherfucking arrows. But he told me, that, you know, I went to bat for you, dog. I went into Billy, you know, Billy and Joe, and it was me sitting on the other side of the table, and they're telling me, you can have any other motherfucker as your hype man. You can have anybody else on stage with you but that kid. Anybody else. You can have any fucking body else on stage with you but that kid. Fuck him. This was what was told through the grapevine to be told to me from Joe's fucking lips. Tell him to fuck off. He's a juggalo. He'll understand. Now, is that being a ninja since 96, that's a slap in my motherfucking face, straight up. Tell him to fuck off. He's a juggalo. He'll understand. Little did they know, yeah, I was an OG alpha fucking. I thought this was juggalo shit. Everybody gets a chance. Everybody, Fago lovers, you'll only catch it here. How about that? A little plug for you, too. Here it is. Fucking straight from Blaze. Out of context. I don't know whether it was a Rider show or a Lotus show. I don't even think Lotus was around back then. So this is like 2000, 2001, whenever. Chris is fucking sweating balls after a show. I think Rider's sitting there winded as fuck, almost puking, drenched in sweat, you know what I'm saying? Just did a fucking set and talking to somebody, you know, out of context, man, like, fuck this shit, man. Fuck this. Can't do it. Fuck this shit. Well, Joe hears him and says, oh yeah, fuck this shit. I'll show you fuck this shit. Call somebody back at the label. I don't know who he called. Could have been Webmaster Gordon back then. Could have been somebody else. But tell somebody at the label to fucking kill Chris's career. Basically put out a fucking newsletter, put out a Hatchet Herald, put out something, whatever was back popping then, put out the news that Blaze, your dead homie, retired. And I know you remember this. You remember when Blaze mysteriously retired? What happened to Blaze? You know, what the fuck? That's Joe telling Blaze, you want to talk some shit? You want to fucking say, fuck this shit? Well, fuck you. So start your career over and put that nigga on hiatus and made him work, you know? And made him work back to where he already belonged. You know what I'm saying? It's like, they shit on this motherfucker. I feel so bad for Chris, because it's like, he is the redheaded stepchild of the fucking label, and there's not much he can do. And it's like, dog, you want bombs? You want bombs?
I remember one specifically where everybody was like, nah, bro, like, that's fucking whack. Like,
what was it?
It was fucking, I don't even know if I should talk about it.
Oh, of course you should talk about that.
I mean, people ain't gonna believe me.
Tell me.
Right? It was about him talking about getting fucked. Like, right? He wanted to be shocking. He was just like, it was, I'm not, see, like, nobody's gonna fucking believe me.
No, I think we believe it, actually.
But anybody that knows the other people that were in the studio, you know, and I don't know if he was playing or what, but he just wanted something to be fucking shocking, right? Uh-huh. So he was like, imagine this, like, he pushes me up against the wall and he's fucking me, and everybody, and I remember Twiztid were like, yeah, homie, keep that for your solo album. Right? And we all laughed it off, and he let it go. So I don't know if he was talking shit or just like playing, whatever. It was like a funny moment. But there was times like that where he would bring stuff up, and we're just like, that's not a good idea.
Okay. You know? Do you remember him shooting down any specific ideas that anyone brought, or anyone shooting down an idea you brought, or?
No. Besides that, besides you know, Twiztid just being like, that's just a little fucking weird.
When you talk about bringing spell books and all that, like, how did you incorporate that? Is, you know, Alibaba, the track, like, is that any, the chorus, you know, is that anything you brought?
So, to me, what I brought was that energy.
Sure.
Do you know, you dig what I'm saying?
I do, absolutely.
And I feel like at that time, whether I would have brought the books or not, I had
you had it within.
Yeah, like, I had brought that energy, you know, which their energy was not that.
Okay.
Right? Like, their energy their energy was more playful. So it was like chicken wing, bat wing, that, you know what I mean? Like, it was more like playful. where my shit was more fucking dark.
You felt the tone of the records to maybe start to change after you came in, or just those songs you recorded, or did they play you any songs that were already done that they had?
Not that I remember. I started hearing stuff like, oh man, like Jay's
from Jay. Oh, you're hearing, who are you hearing from? I'm hearing
from other people in his camp, right?
Okay.
Like I'm not gonna name names, but I get some calls like Jay's like having a problem with you, you know what I mean? Like all these juggalos just talking about you, you know, and this and that. So I called Jay and I was like, hey, and he picked up, you know, and I was like, yo, what's up? You know, he's like, what's up, man? I'm like, hey, bro, I'm hearing a lot of things and I just want to make sure that whatever's being said is said from me to you and from you to me, and not a bunch of other people like trying to cause shit. Like, do me and you have a problem, you know? And not in a like flexing on him way. Of course. You know, I was like loving, you know, and just like now for real, like I could feel this tension, like is there anything wrong, you know? And he's like, well, you know, because he'd already told me about the issue with the label, and I'm like, yeah, but you know, you knew that, you know? You knew that, you know what I'm saying? And he's like, I don't know, you know, and I was like, all right, how about this? Who's at the studio? Because I called him and he was at the studio. And he's like, everybody's here right now. Like Blaze was there, Twiztid, ABK. I'm like, bro, I'm gonna hop in the car. I'm gonna come there right now, bro. Okay. You guys be there? Yeah. He's like, bet.
And this is post-gathering. What's this timeline of this? Like a week after?
Probably, yeah, probably a week after the gathering.
Okay.
It wasn't long, it wasn't like months, you know what I mean? And I hopped in the car, bro. I drove 5 fucking hours. Okay. I show up to the studio, nobody's there. Rude Boy was there. Okay,
Rude Boy's there.
Yeah.
And then what happens?
I was like, yo, where's everybody at, bro? And he just like looked down and he's like, you know how it goes, bro. Like,
you feel they specifically left so they wouldn't have to deal with whatever you were coming there to have.
Yeah, you know, I don't know how honest and truthful you want me to be about this.
100% honest and truthful.
So, like I told you earlier, I got no beef with anybody.
Of course.
Right? But this is what happened.
Yes.
Right? So while we were recording...
This is the story people need to hear.
So while we were recording the album, one of the things that Jay started telling me was several times when we would be driving home and he'd be like listening back to it and shit, to the songs, you know? And he's like, man, Twiztid is talking shit about you, bro. And I was like, what do you mean they're talking shit about me? He's like, they're jealous. They're jealous of your voice. They're jealous of how you deliver shit. And I was like, really, bro? Like, I was just with them, do you know what I mean? But I remember what I had thought. I remember the specific time he was telling me this. What I had thought is, oh, that's fucked up. Because those are your boys. And you're telling me this about them. Mm-hmm. You dig what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I don't even know you like that yet. Like, you guys have been together for years, but you telling me this. So it made me kind of like put some boundaries up with him. Okay. Do you dig what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like not trusting like what you're saying, you know? Uh-huh. And
was this the first point you felt like he had been sort of dishonest with you or not genuine?
That specific time was the first. I mean, all of us, you know, talk shit or
of course
do some goofy shit sometimes, right? But that was the first time like I looked at him different because I didn't believe him. Uh-huh. Because I thought the way that I was with Twiztid, I thought they could have just said some shit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it didn't feel like the vibe, like there was all this hidden shit. Okay. Do you know what I mean? Okay. I could have felt like they could have just said some shit, like they did with the song, right? Like they did when they were like, oh, bro, like you gotta change those lyrics.
Right.
You feel me?
For sure.
I didn't think they were gonna be like, hold it in, and then when I walked out of the room, they'd be like, that bitch motherfucker.
Right.
You know what I mean? It just didn't feel like that to me. And so, you know, he started telling me that about them, and I was like, all right, cool, you know? I'm like, damn, why didn't they say that to me, though, you know? And he's like, oh, they ain't gonna say it to you. I'm like, all right, cool. Time goes, we get done with the album, all that shit happened. I go to see them, nobody's there.
Right.
And I felt super disrespected.
100%.
Because I didn't come there to fight nobody. I didn't come there to argue with nobody. I came there to just be like, how do we fix this? Like, what's happening? You know what I mean? Like, what's the tension from, you know? And that was it. That was the last time I actually saw Jay one time after that. But I did not like him after that.
But let me ask you this, okay? So when you go there and it's just Rude Boy, do you say, hey, I'm so disrespected, I can't even attempt to reach out and make contact again? Like, was there another moment to try to
I was cool with Rude Boy, and he was cool, bro, and he just...
Or Twiztid, you said there was love you felt from Twiztid. Was there ever a moment like, hey, I'm gonna reach out to these guys? Or you're just like, fuck it?
I was like, fuck it. Because at that point then, I thought, fuck all of them.
Okay.
Do you dig what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because but I don't know if Jay told him I was coming. Do you dig what I'm saying? From my perspective, all you motherfuckers knew I was coming.
Yeah.
I just drove 5 hours to come and just talk to you like a man so we could fix this, and all you motherfuckers left, fuck all of you. Yeah. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want shit to do with none of y'all. Like, I felt like fuck all of this. Like, I don't give a fuck about this. You know, I still have my own shit. Like, I'm doing my own shit. And, but I found out later, so I still don't know. They probably didn't even know I was coming. You dig?
Right.
I don't think Jay told everybody. Right. In hindsight. And so at that point, I was like, all right, cool, fuck all that. And I kept moving, you know? I kept moving. I ended up getting signed to Geffen Interscope with Korn on Jonathan Davis' label. So I just kept it moving. But I did see Twiztid again, and talked to
like
Twiztid.
Years later you're talking, or or similar time frame?
Similar time
frame.
Okay. Probably almost a year, right?
Okay.
I did the album with Korn.
Yeah.
And again, we're looking for a tour, and the Twiztid tour comes up.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
And so my management reaches out to them. I'm like, yo, like, hit up Twiztid, you know? So they reach out to Twiztid management, talk with Twiztid. They're like, yeah, let's have them on.
Is this the Green Book tour, or is this Mirror Mirror? Do you remember? I feel like
I think it was the Green Book. I never ended up doing it.
Yes.
Never ended up doing it. We end up booking that tour, like, did all the paperwork, did all this shit. Show up to the first night, and they're like, yeah, whoever the fuck was there, they're like, you guys ain't on this tour anymore. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, you guys are off the tour. I'm like, fuck you mean we're off the tour, man? You know, where's Twiztid at? I go to their bus, I go in, and they were just bummed, bro. They were just like, man, homie, Jay won't let us do it. Like, he made us take you off the tour. And at that point, you know, their energy together, even, I could tell, like, you know, even during the Dark Lotus album, I could see the energy. Do you get what I'm saying?
No,
like,
tell me, like, the energy from, like, you're saying you felt Twiztid's energy was negative, or you felt there was negative energy between those parties?
There was negative energy between those parties, between Jay and Twiztid. Okay. I didn't really feel it between Shaggy and them, but I could tell, like, there was already issues.
Do you have an instance of something that transpired that made you feel that?
I mean, I could tell you what they told me, right?
What's
so that
night?
night, so I'm on their bus, and I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, what happened, you know? And they're like, bro, we gotta get off this fucking label. Like, we can't do it. He told us when he found out you were gonna be on the tour, he's gonna pull all the funding for the shows, and we can't do the fucking shows unless we took you off. I'm like, for real?
Yeah.
You know? So watch what they tell me. And they're like, look, we ain't never had a problem with you, but we gotta ask you something. And I'm like, what? They're like, Jay told us while we were recording the Dark Lotus album, you were always talking shit about us. I was like, motherfucker.
Yeah.
That's the shit he told me you the fuck were saying.
Yep.
You know? Yeah. And they knew it, bro. So I was like, bro, he told me the fucking same shit. And they were like, we knew it. We fucking knew it. Like, bro, we knew you wasn't saying that shit. I'm like, I knew you wasn't saying that shit.
Yeah.
You dig?
Yeah.
And so that night, and then we partied, we hung out, and it, you know.
With Twiztid, you hung out.
With Twiztid, on their bus, we hung out, and the energy between me and them always has been that. I got no beef with you. I ain't never had beef with you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're cool.
Yeah.
And I think to this day, we're fucking cool. You know, that was the last time I saw them.
Yeah.
But we ain't got no, you know what I mean? Like, not that I fucking know of.
Right.
Like that was it, you know?
Yeah, man.
And I figured, like, coming after him, you know, and I never was like, man, fuck Juggalos and fuck, because I don't know, like, I never felt like that. How the fuck can I be like, fuck all of you when I don't know you? Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know you to like, this, I guess I could have, just to be a dick to everybody like that. But my thing was specifically him, and then whoever was the closest to him that I thought might be a part of it, fuck you too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
And just to get that energy out, especially because he was lying, bro. Like, I remember one thing I heard, I think it was in his book or in the interview or somewhere, he had said, that one thing that upset him about me was that I bit their style and started painting my face. Bro. For sure. Now think, like, I want you to picture my perspective. Now I told you, like I shared with you, how many times he asked me to do that, and I didn't want to do it. And he fucking talked me into it with Shaggy's help. So I ended up fucking doing it, right? And then later, now I'm no longer involved, and I know the only voice that's gonna be heard is his. And how many fucking people now are gonna think that I actually did what he's saying? That shit irked me. Do you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely,
like,
bro.
Like,
still to this day, I guarantee people think that.
Hell yeah, they think that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Now I don't give a fuck.
Right.
But then it bothered me. I'm like, oh man, like fucking you has to ask me so many times, bro. Talk me into it over how many fucking days and weeks.
Right.
And now you're saying I stole that shit? That's some fucking shit that, you know what I mean? Like knotted me up.
For sure.
So, so we'll get out of that. But on a positive tip, yeah. So then I released those songs, and I'll tell you about ABK because I ended up doing a show somewhere like Detroit or.
Well, he actually wound up being the first guy to leave Psychopathic. I think he's 04. I want to say ABK left.
ABK is one of the coolest dudes in the world, bro. His energy, his vibe, at least with me, it was just fucking so genuine, so like loving and kind, not on no bullshit.
Yeah, not caught up in the bullshit.
Not on no fucking, I gotta see, do you really mean what you're saying to me?
Right.
You know, and I remember I had released that song and then we ended up fucking on a show together and we were backstage and I saw him, you know? And, you know, my energy towards him, like I wasn't trying to fight him or nothing, but it probably wasn't nice.
Okay.
It was probably a little bit standoffish.
Okay.
Do you dig? And I remember how he just disarmed me, bro.
Really?
Like I walked up to him like, what's up, bro? You know? And his demeanor and his energy towards me totally fucking disarmed me. I organized religion, I'm okay without it. When I was fully like in Christian world, there was another song released where he dissed me.
What was that diss, dude?
Like 8 foot, 6 foot, 7 foot or some shit?
Yeah, yep, you're right.
I was telling people, so it's like that morning that it was released, I started getting texts and shit like, yo, Jay's dissing you in this new song. I'm like,
which is what, fucking 10, 15 years later?
Yeah, like 10 years later, bro.
Yeah.
And I'm like, nah, that's probably not me. There's another Marz with an S.
Yeah.
It's him. And they're like, no, it's fucking you, bro. Like, it's like your picture in the video. And I'm like, nah. So I watched it. And I remember thinking like I was confused. Like, I haven't fucking mentioned you. Like I didn't do shit, you know what I mean? Like, why, bro?
Yeah.
You know, and so my response was I just took a picture with my kid. I have twin boys, you know? I took a picture with my boys and I was like, I don't know, like, love you too, bro. Like, the fuck? I'm on some different shit.
For
now.
sure,
like, why are you, what?
Yeah.
Which was confusing.
Well,
you know?
especially because, man, I feel like one thing the clowns have done a lot is like a lot of people they've had beefs with over the years, eventually there came a point where there was a reconciliation, if you will. You know what I mean? And has there ever been a reach out from Psychopathic to the Marz's camp about playing a gathering or any of those things?
No, nothing like that happened. I mean, so from that, then him dissing me again, you know, and I was fully in like my Christian zone. You know, from my side, it was just all like love and respect. I'm like, fuck, bro, do your thing, man. Like, yeah, fuck, diss me. Right. It didn't have this sting.
Okay.
Do you dig? Like when that
sure.
first shit came out,
no doubt.
It was just like, that's confusing to me. At that point even, I was making jokes like we should do a White Lotus album.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
Like, flip the energy of it. Okay. Right? And I still would be open for that.
You would be?
I would be.
With who?
With the original people.
Well, that shit ain't happening. I mean,
I know, but I'm saying, like, because I think, I don't know what happened between them, right? From my prejudiced, preconceived notion, I have an idea of what probably happened and what probably caused it, what was the core of it. I think for me, you know, I'm a grown-ass man now, and I had to go through a lot of things, including therapy, to get to a place of healing. And like I was saying before we started recording this, you know, all of us have trauma, and until that trauma is resolved, that shit will never work.
Right.
You know
Absolutely.
what I mean? Like that shit will never work, because to resolve it, you have to see where you were also asshole.
Right.
You know what I mean? And get to the point of like admitting it and not just being like, no, you did this shit to me and fuck you.
Right.
But I feel like I'm at that place.
It sounds like you're at that place.
Yeah, hell yeah. Like, bro, we fucking killed doing the White Lotus album. We would kill that shit on some grown man truth of life shit now. Where we at?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So from my perspective, man, I ain't got no beef with them.
What about, man, I talked a little bit about, before we started rolling, you know, just the fact that Twiztid is currently sort of embracing that Juggalo history, tapping into that nostalgia, you know, and they currently are performing Lotus tracks, you know, like with the MNE crew. Is that something, if it didn't include the clowns, is a Lotus performance, is that something you would be interested in?
I would be open to it. I'd definitely be open to having a conversation, do you know what I mean? And seeing like, what's up, like, what are you thinking? But see, now the difference between Twiztid and me is they are a part of that shit. They did create that shit.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm saying? So them doing it, let's say if I did it, right? Like if I try to do some shit like,
you're gonna play
the
Lotus
Dark
versus.
Lotus. Right, that's not my shit really. I wasn't part of the history of that came up before that, which Twiztid was.
Right.
So they have every fucking right to do that.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying?
Yes.
From my perspective.
Right.
You know, me doing it would be some goofy shit. Like by myself.
By yourself, yes.
You know what I mean?
But doing it with them is something that you do think would be dope too, at this point.
I would definitely be open to talking to them about it if that's something they would be interested in. You know what I mean? Like, hell yeah, like why the fuck not? I think, man, so many times in life, our own egos and our own fucking assholeness gets in the way of just do the fucking thing, man. Like think about like the possibilities of what could have happened, right? How many dope ass crazy albums could we have released? You know?
Been cool.
Or even now, so that's already over, right? So like, let's not dwell on that.
Right.
But even now, like, how much shit could be done? You know what I mean? Maybe it would never work. For me, it works, right? Because I'm at a place where I'm at a deep level of peace. I'm at a place where I spend enough time taking all my fucking karma back. You know what I'm saying? Which it comes to you, everything. You ain't gotta believe in it, but if you live long enough, you see that everything you do comes back to you. The good, the bad, all of it. It's all connected.
For sure.
Right? Whatever you do to somebody, you do to yourself. Believe that. And I feel like I spent the last decade taking that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like fucking knowing what was coming to me and being like, cool, give it to me. So I feel clean and I feel at peace. And I'm at a place now where I have no issues with causing something like that to happen. I think it would be brilliant. It would be fucking insane. Like imagine, and actually I would help therapy that shit.
It needs it, man.
You know what I'm saying? Like if we ever were in the room together, I would definitely love to fucking put all our shit on the table or bring, you know, I don't have problems anymore, but put the parties that have the problems on the table and be like, how do we grown man this shit right now? Some grown man shit, not no pretend shit, not no hiding behind masks. He says, she said this, or fuck all that. Like, let's fix this. Like, let's fucking solve this like some fucking warrior elders. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if we're fucking some Indian tribe of warriors, now we have enough fucking war experience. How do we fix this shit?
Bro, there's so many of us who are aching for it and who just can't understand why that can't happen.
It can.
You know what I mean?
I think it can.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But it just, a lot of egos would have to be put in check.
Yeah, agreed. I think there's one big ego that ultimately prevents it, unfortunately. You know what I mean?
And the point about tech is this, all right? Juggalos today, and when tech came out, and ever since, Juggalos seek out, discover, embrace, and fully support innovative, eccentric, independent artists. Juggalos are the concrete that Tech Nine's empire sits on today. He knows it.
That was a springboard.
And I feel on this show, he should have gave that love. I feel he should have,
and we know why he's not. You know
we
what I'm
understand
saying?
Why he's not.
Because he's getting the mainstream success.
He's got all the success. He can say, yeah, man, I come from
Juggalos.
Juggalos, you know. He renamed them technicians. It's like, come on, man. Mad Juggalos are upset about that. Like, huh? What?
There's a whole other world.
Yeah, man.
They're not writing about this on Boss.
And like, it just wasn't right that he didn't take this platform like a respected show like this and give it up for what's real. Because juggalos are innovative, supportive people that in bunches support the shit out of you. Rain, snow, don't matter. They're there for you. They love you. They'll support your label. Juggalos, Tech 9, right? It has nothing to do with us. For years, people thought we put Tech 9 out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He knows it. We didn't have nothing to do with Tech 9. They targeted the Juggalo audience. He started getting some love in Kansas City. I remember the first time we met him.
And you haven't reached out to Tech?
Huh?
You never reached out to Tech after the combo appeared?
No, we didn't lose what?
You didn't reach out to him after the
no,
interview?
I haven't talked to him, no. He changed his number and never gave it to me. You know what I'm saying? Because I was trying to get him to play the March on Washington. Now, you know, that's a different story. But the problem is, you know, I just feel like I don't like it when rappers say one thing in one place, right? And then go somewhere else and not get that kind of love.
Well, because at one point, I mean, because you were doing the gathering of the Juggalos, right? And so I guess you were kind of affiliated with Insane Clown Posse at one point?
Yeah. They got a whiff of me in 2003. You know what I'm saying? They heard, I think their fans took the Juggalos and Juggalettes they took a liking to Angelic, the darkness of it, the face paint. They put us together. You know what I'm saying? They called for me to be on tour with them, Bone Thugs and Harmony, Cottonmouth Kings, and we went on a tour, and they embraced me since then.
Okay.
Yes.
But you guys had a rift at one point?
Recently, they said that I went on Hot 97 and didn't show enough love. When Ebro and Peter Rosenberg was saying my shit is like ICP, and I was like, no, it's not. It's different. But that's my family, you know what I'm saying? They asked me about the gathering, and I'm like, yeah, when we first went, they had this thing called Drug Bridge and, you know, Raw Dog Tent, and they didn't like the shit about the Raw Dog Tent. It was just shit that I've seen myself, you know. They said they don't remember.
There's a Raw Dog Tent?
Yeah, it was like, you know, it was just the fans. Why would they know? You know what I'm saying? Why would they know? It was the fans. Somebody had a tent, and there was a bitch in there, and it's like, you can fuck her, and, you know, nobody was doing it, I'm sure. We didn't see nobody doing it. We just heard about it. You know what I'm saying? So they felt like that I was talking bad, and I would never talk bad about people that helped build the Tech 9 phenomenon. That got me death threats.
Right, you had to cancel shows?
No, I didn't cancel.
Oh, you never canceled shows?
No.
Okay, but you were getting death threats.
I was on tour when I got the death threats.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? No, I just didn't do the gathering after the death threats.
Okay. You guys never worked it out?
Yeah, we talked, and they apologized for not knowing, you know what I'm saying? Me and Joe Bruce had an extensive phone call, you know what I'm saying? I told them the whole history of Tech 9 and why I didn't get all this from them, you know what I'm saying? And what I did learn from Psychopathic and things like that, and he understood. So they went on their radio show and said, you know, it's good now. And they came out on stage in Detroit and introduced me and everything, but it still put a wedge between the fan base.
Yeah.
It still put a wedge between it because it's still something like, fuck him, he just left us behind. I'm like, nah, I ain't gonna never forget the love they showed me.
Why you saying fuck me though? Juggalos? I love Juggalos, nigga. What the fuck you talking about, nigga? Woo woo, motherfucker. Hold on. Didn't you just see Violent J and Shaggy get on my motherfucking stage yesterday, nigga, and introduce me, you bitch ass nigga? Don't you fuck with me like that, nigga. That's my family. I'll fuck you up, blood. In case you're confused, you dumb motherfucker, Juggalos is our family. Wicked clown in the house, motherfucker. This ain't no studio shit either, nigga. You can come see it. Family, what? 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 Family, make some noise!
Jerome Bettis was nice enough to give us this wonderful room to sit in with TVs and shit. Oh, that's G-Mo Ski right there.
Ski, motherfucker. Talking ski, bitch.
Jesus. It's family in this motherfucker. Holy shit. Twiztid's in this motherfucker.
They let us in the nice room.
Yeah. They let us in the nice room. We're all family. Everybody's family, man. You know what I'm saying?
That's what it's all about, baby.
No one can divide family, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's supposed to be about love, right?
Yes, sir.
We're gonna keep it about love. We don't want to make it nothing else. Check 9, nigga. Ah.
Like, motherfuckers are tripping. I get it. You don't want to believe that fucking Jesus ain't real. I get it. That's why we don't really want a part in proving to you that Jesus ain't real. We just want to keep fucking doing our thing. But every time motherfuckers keep poking us with some dumb shit, we're gonna give you another reason that Jesus ain't fucking real. That's it. And I know that's what everybody wants. That's what everybody wants from people watching now to fucking all the interviewers. Why do you think we haven't done any big fucking interviews? Because all they want us to do is come on a radio show and pummel ICP. Because that's what everybody wants to hear. We're not gonna do it. We just want to keep going straight. That's it. And if motherfuckers can't understand that, then there's nothing we can do about that. But if we see something like that we see people calling us liars, like, what the fuck? Hold the fuck up. We don't lie. Real shady lately, kicking clay. Hey, I'm not here to speak on it. I'm just here to speak on the situations that are in question. And that's it. That's what it is. So, fucking find something else to try to nail us to some fucking imaginary cross too. Don't keep digging, because it's gonna end up being something that you don't want it to be. And that's what it is. Leave Pandora's box closed. Let that shit stay closed. Let's just keep going forward. To everybody perpetuating it, fuck you. Fuck you. We're all they talk about. Don't y'all notice that? Every fucking move these motherfuckers make have some kind of negative thing to us. Magic Ninja Entertainment. That's crazy to me. We ain't even on it like that. Like, these dudes are making records about dudes on the record. Like, we just ain't on it like that. But that's what it was, man. It was the weirdest thing. It was like we fucking wrote a letter to him because we know Violent J better than anybody in the fucking world. Anybody. And we know that the way to relate to him is to write him a letter. So we wrote him a letter explaining, thank you for everything. I just don't think anybody's understanding what we're trying to do. We just want to go do our own thing. That's all we want to do. That's it. Give us a couple years to try to get our shit together, and then we'll come back together and take over the world. And that's why we ain't shit. That not because of the fucking march, not because of none of that. It's because we were like, hey, dude, we need a fucking break. And his feelings got hurt. I get it, but it wasn't a mean letter. It was just to the point. Like, come on, bro. Quit acting like this. Everybody wants to put us into a position to be the bad guy, right? It's like that homie that you have that just keeps seeming to do shit, and then when you're like, hey man, can you fucking knock it off? They're looking at you like, oh man, why are you talking to me like that? Why are you getting mad at me like that? Because I let 500 things slide. And the one thing I can't let slide, you want to fucking just ill out? You ain't my homie. You really ain't my homie. It was a nice note. Whatever, Chuck. But the witch hunt to prove that Twiztid is the bad guy, you're fucking wasting your time, man. I promise you. Just fucking go put that energy into something you can love. It ain't gotta be us. I don't give a shit. You ain't gotta like us. Like, go put that wasted fucking energy towards something that you love. Maybe it's drawing. Maybe it's collecting weird pieces of aluminum. Whatever the case is. Whatever the case is, to get you to understand that it's a fucking witch hunt, dude. When it's all said and done, you guys are gonna be like, oh, interesting. But it's like they are fighting over custody. It is and it isn't. It is a similar situation. But it's like, I don't know. I guess, yeah, that's a really good way of looking at it. It's not a custody battle. We don't want custody. We just want to be able to do what the fuck we want to do with the people that want us to do it for them. That's it. Unequivocally. Unequivocally. We couldn't do that. Why Topic don't have that new shirt like your IG says? Shit, maybe that bitch sold out. Life is way bigger than Twiztid and ICP beef. You had us a Twiztid and ICP. It ain't got shit to do with beef or anything. But we understand that we've changed a lot of people's lives. Us, them. And it puts it on a different level. It ain't really about... It's not really about... How do you say that? It's tough to say it. I don't want to sound like I'm being inconsiderate or anything, so until I get a better way to phrase that, I'll come back to that. But people make it a bigger deal than it is. Perception is everything, so I'm not gonna be violent. I don't want to fight them. I don't want to fight them. I don't want to fight anybody. Real spit, man. Real spit. If I wanted to fight them dudes, I know where they are. I know where all them cats live. I know where their moms are. I know where their kids go to school. Like, it ain't that serious, y'all. And it's just sad that there are people that just want to fucking persecute us for the sake of persecuting anybody that goes against Jesus, so to speak. I told you guys, I don't believe in God. So, do what you want to do with the fucking information I'm giving you. I'm sure the ones that are, the ones are always going to be like, I don't believe them. Ain't shit I can do about it. All I can do is give you the truth. And let that shed the light. Don't you understand that light is getting brighter and brighter? Like, oh man. Pikachu, you ain't got to worry about what's going down. All you need to worry about is we got love for you. Beef requires participation. Hold on, I was reading. Participation. Beef requires participation. Y'all ain't participating with the slap fight. We're not. We're not. We're just not. I don't know, maybe that lets people down. Maybe a lot of people want us to just come out and bomb on these dudes and just fucking end it. Maybe, you know what I mean? I know that's what mainstream America wants. That's what they all want. They're like, you can go on any fucking show in America if you're gonna talk about them dudes. And it's like, no, dude, that's not what the fuck it's about. It's not. That's how we feel, Rex. Where's the temperature right now? It's like 40 something, 35 something. It seems like it was all about the money. Money had a very small part to play in it. Like, you guys don't understand. We've been getting fucked out of money for years. Fucking years. So if it was about money, we would have fucking never came back when we left in the Green Book. We left. We're like, fuck, you guys are fucking crazy, dude. Between the Eminem shit, the shit they ended up putting in our fucking contract, like, so much shit. But they assured us, no, everything will be better. We're gonna change. Everything's gonna be better. And they just found a way to tangle us harder and keep their thumb on us. So, I mean, I can't say not any percentage of it was about money, but if you broke it down to 100%, fucking 8% of it had to do with money. Had to do with money. Very little. Like, there's enough money out there, as crazy as it sounds, that you could be getting fucked out of hundreds of thousands of dollars and still be all right. Still be all right. Crazy as that fucking sounds. But it's heartbreaking to find out that people said they were your homies and you don't need to worry about getting no lawyer or nothing, dude. You're good, man. Just go ahead and sign this. It's all good. And find out they fucking backstabbed you. Like, that means we weren't homies from the beginning? Like, you guys don't understand how fucked up we are off of that shit. Oh, this song is so dope. Oh, this song's dope. Shouts out to Post Malone for this one. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, to a lot of people, it looked like we just woke up one day and was like, we're gone. We're leaving the record label. Like, bro, there were so many fucking chances that we gave them. Before it was like, dude, they are literally just putting their dicks in our face. Just for the sake of putting their dick in our face. Like, what the fuck, bro? And I remember sitting with all of them, the entire fucking record label in Billy's office. And I was like, hey, you guys know we've been on this record label for like 18 years or 17 years, some shit like that? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, you guys know that shit is unheard of? Like, that don't happen? And they just all went back to doing what they were doing. Like, fuck him, you know, he's a bitch. That's how it was, man. Like, all right. Okay. But it just got to the point where it was for real, y'all. We were going to die as a band. Die as a band. We had to take the leap, take the chance. You don't think we knew that people were gonna be like, what the fuck? We knew. We knew all about it, man. We knew. But there was nothing, that was our only recourse. We had to get punched in the face a bunch of times from everybody that was pissed off about us leaving for the wounds to heal, and finally people start realizing, I fucking get it now. I get it now. I really don't give a shit. Like, that's just why. And it's like, man, maybe these are the things y'all need to hear so motherfuckers can get their shit together and put their focus on some shit that is worth putting their focus on. Families fight. You're right. Families do fight. But I got fucking uncles. I'm not that dude. That, oh, well, you know, it's your fucking brother, so, you know, you just got to deal with it. I'm not that fucking dude. If you are poison in my life, I will eliminate you. I don't give a fuck who you are. I will eliminate you. Happiness is everything. Love is overrated. I'm stone cold like that. Don't know why I'm like that or how I'm like that, but you cannot be poison around me. You cannot. I refuse. So
that's really unique, Faye.
That's it. I hope I clarified some shit for you. So now you won't quit saying that we're liars. Find something else. I don't know what else is it. I've pretty much been accused of everything. Respect to you, Jeremy Nelson. I should be a motivational speaker. No, man. I mean, if I can motivate somebody to put their energy in a positive focus, even if it doesn't have to do with us, fuck, man, that's just better in the world. Like, the world don't need that, but fuck. Could we ever reconcile the difference of opinion? Who knows? Who knows? It's not even a difference of opinion, I guess. Yeah, I guess it is, because in this business, nothing is guaranteed. Nothing. Nothing is guaranteed. But yeah, man, but it's like we've sat down with dudes 3 different times. 3 different times, y'all, to try to squash the beef. And all we got were fucking ultimatums. Do this, do that, do this, and maybe we can be cool. And we're like, dude, what the fuck? Like, that can't be real. Came back, did the same thing. Came back, did the same thing again. We're like, dog, you just don't understand, bro. You don't get it. So, as painful as it was again, we had to fucking ride off again. Y'all don't know that? That's brand new. Y'all never heard of that. He'll never tell you that. I'm telling you that. That's real. Ultimatums like a motherfucker. For us to just be cool. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, wow. Basically trying to run our fucking record label. Like, so, as bad as we wanted to make you guys fucking happy, to be able to come out and be like, hey, it's all good again, dude. We just cannot compromise ourselves. You guys wouldn't want us to. If that was somebody else doing this to us, you guys would lose your fucking minds. Lose your fucking minds. I dare another band out there to try some of the shit these guys do to us. We wouldn't have to do shit. You guys would annihilate them. And I don't understand what the difference is. I never did, Jedediah. Real spit. I will not speak on that aspect of it, but that's real, man. We fucking tried everything, you guys. Everything. And at the end of the day, it wasn't about being a friend and just getting over shit. It was about how the fuck I'm gonna control you motherfuckers and make sure you stay where I need you to stay. And we just can't do that, man. We can't. I wouldn't do that for my fucking mother if she asked me some shit like that. But we fucking thought about it. We thought about it. Like, fuck it, man. Should we just fuck? And then, man, we were like, are we fucking crazy? Hell no. Might be able to do y'all like that. I'm tired of motherfuckers doing us like that. That's it, man. It was to a point where fucking Madrox wouldn't even come to the Lotus Pod. After the fight, dude, after they pulled that dumb shit, it was really bad. It was really bad. It wasn't even a fucking fight. It was... Oh, here we go. So, we played a venue, right? In that venue, after it was done, this is a Dark Lotus tour. This some shit right here. This is real. And you challenge any fucking body, anybody about this story. Anybody that was there, and everybody was there. So your boy was fucking wasted on some shit, and me and I can't even remember who the fuck I was with. It wasn't Madrox. Jamie was on the bus with everybody else. Madrox is calling me like, hey man, come back to the bus, dude. This dude's tripping. So I'm like, all right, let's go. Bam, we bounce out. We fucking hit a Taco Bell because I didn't think it was that serious, right? Get to the bus, and they're outside. Everybody's standing outside. Jamie's outside, and he's like, come here, man, let me talk to you. It was Blaze. That's who I was with. And he's like, dude, this motherfucker said that you were in a club, dance grinding on a girl, mouthing the words to an Eminem song to his face. And I was like, what? Oh my God, are you fucking serious? So I go up to this motherfucker and he's looking at me. He ain't got no clue who I am. None. No clue. And I'm like, bro, are you fucking serious? He was like, you were singing it. And he pushed me. And I hand my bag to Blaze. I'm like, hold on, dog. I'm about to fuck this dude up. Straight up. And Jamie and Blaze were like, no. And this motherfucker starts yelling at me all this crazy shit. And I turned to Jamie, I'm like, you fucking believe this? And he was like, hell no, I don't believe what this dude is saying. What I'm saying is it's really weird right now. And so I pulled out a thing of mace, right? Because there's like 15 of these dudes. And Joe keeps talking shit, like, I'ma fuck you up. I'm like, I'm right here, dude, I'm right here. Madrox is trying to squash it. So he's like, hey, come on, Joe, let's go over here to your bus. They all go over there. It's him, Joe, Joey, fucking a couple of their cronies, and Blaze is keeping me over on this side, like, fuck it ain't even worth it, dude. The dude is not even him right now. He's fried out of his mind. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck, dude. He just fucking put his hands, you know how it is where you're just kind of in a state of, And all of a sudden I hear yelling again. And I look, and fucking Joey swung, bam. And I'm like, what the fuck? Swung on Jamie. And I run over there and everybody's grabbing me. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And they separate everybody. They go onto their bus. We go into the hotel because, of course, they're like, you're off the fucking record label. And Jamie's like, yeah, man, I'm talking to Joey. And this motherfucker Joe comes up behind me and sucker punches me in the fucking head. When I turned around to see that, Joey, bam, swung on me. And as soon as Joey did it, he was like, oh, I'm sorry, money. It was just that Joe swung, and I'm just like, holy shit. So, they left us. They left us in fucking Washington. We had to drive 50 fucking hours, it seemed like, home. Thank God we had a credit card to get a rental car. There's a great fucking story. There's a great one. And I'll challenge any fucking anybody that wants to say different. Then that made us look at things differently. Like, oh shit, okay. So we're not really homies like that. Like, goddamn, dude, it just kept breaking our fucking hearts. But we hung in there for the kids. For the kids, as crazy as it sounds. For the fucking kids. Because we knew what that split was gonna do. But it just got to that point, you guys. It got to that point where it was like, we hoped that we had a relationship with you guys, that you would understand where we were coming from. And a lot of you did. The majority did, but there were people that didn't, and that hurt our feelings. That left us hurt. Like, damn. A lot of people did just fuck with us because of the address. An address of which we helped create. We created that just like they did. So that shit was just ill as fuck. That changed the entire fucking relationship. That right there, that to us was the beginning of the end. Right there. Right there. Like, whoa, bro. We just ain't on the same level anymore. We're just not. So it became harder for us to tour together, for us to do stuff together. That's why you guys seen it. That's why you always heard fucking Twiztid don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. Now you know why. Now you know why. Because it was tough to look at them dudes for a long fucking time. And we weren't money hungry. So it wasn't jumping at every fucking project that had a dollar amount connected to it. Because we could have did that. But fuck, bro, we were fucked up off of that. Imagine that. Imagine that. Like, that just fucked us up. Like, my God, dude. My God. So, I guess what I'm saying is, if you're gonna fucking hate us for something that you fucking know is real, that you know is true, that you know to be fucking fact, and quit trying to peek behind the curtain, because I'm telling you, you do not want to see what's back there. It gets way worse. Way worse. Way worse. So, Bonnie, when we left in 2003, we all were fucking shit up. It wasn't just Tom Dub. Tom Dub ended up stealing money from us. That's the problem with Tom Dub. That's why we would murk him out. But at this point, I don't even give a fuck, man. Everything happens for a reason. There's a reason. Believe me, everything happens for a reason. So, if I'm going to the fucking firing squad, homies, I'm going there with the motherfucking truth, y'all. I'm going there with the truth. And that's all I can do. I'll stand before all your firing squads and give you the truth. And if you don't believe me, fucking tell them. Ask them. Ask them. I know somebody went on a national motherfucking syndicated radio show and said my shit was phony. I'd have something to say. So, that's why you would hear shit like that. Twiztid don't want to do this. Twiztid don't. Like, man, we fucking didn't. Because after that shit, bro, it was tough to go fucking sing Homies. And then they replaced us on that shit with fucking A&B. That was just like, dude, none of it was real. We got bamboozled. We were hoodwinked. We were sidecarred. And that sucked more than anything you can say to us, you can call us, you can do to us. Like, you guys could never fucking reach that level of pain with us, because the level of love and respect that we had for those guys, like, man, you just don't even get it. You don't even get it. But I say it, and I always say it, I fucking will challenge any one of them ever want to get on live together. Let's do it. Let's do it. But it's just a waste of fucking time at the end of the day. All this did was take away from me telling you about all the cool shit going on with Twiztid. You see? You see? Doobie's about done. A lot of people don't care about the beef, Rosie, but a lot of people care about us, and a lot of people care about them. And I understand that. So when one side hears some shit, the other side like, ah, 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 ah. When one side hears some shit, the other side like, ah, 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 ah. And it's bigger than us. It's bigger than them. It's bigger than beef. It's big. It's shit that I think people have had on their mind for a long time. So, we learned really early on that this shit is bigger than us. I remember the first time I told that shit to Joe Bruce, he looked at me like I was crazy. I'm like, dude, you don't understand. This shit is bigger than both of us. Not just us, y'all too, like, bigger than that. I don't see why one man's opinion of another man factors in your judgment of a person without you being able to physically assert the situation yourself in person. That goes all ways. I don't understand that. I miss Shaggy too, though, a lot. That was like one of my best fucking friends. That dude was like one of my best fucking friends. Why did A&B side with them? It wasn't really that they sided with him, that they were just on the label. And the same thing, I'm sure of it. Do it or you're fucking gone. That was the power right there. That was it. Do it or you're gone. We're the first ones that left and didn't come back. Everybody else has come back. Because never mind. Right, we always said the fucking greatest thing about being a juggalo is your independence, your free thinking, your ability to be yourself. And now you're telling me that most of the juggalos follow what another man tells them. Like, that ain't what it's about. You can listen, and if it's same thing with light. We've seen this. Somebody told me motherfucking light launches on web store. Like, right? Like, how many people has it gotta be for real before motherfuckers are like, maybe it is them dudes. Like, where was Huda when they're silent? Huda wasn't even the but whatever. But whatever, man. I just don't want you guys to think we're fucking liars. I don't appreciate that.
What it is, y'all. It's your boy J10, Tampa motherfucking Wicked. I recorded this interview yesterday, the 30th of October, 2011, with FagoLovers.net. They chose to not release it for reasons unknown. They couldn't tell me. I was contacted by Big Ian requesting I not release it because he knew I recorded it as well. I still feel my story needs to be heard. So thank you, FagoLovers.net, for giving me the chance to have my real side of the story revealed. But this is something I gotta do. Get nasty with it.
Juggalos and Juggalettes, this is your big homie Big Ian coming at you live and direct with the newest Fago Lovers interview. I'm sitting down today with an exclusive with J10. You may know him as Blaze's old hype man, and he's been getting a lot of attention recently because of some accusations about him being the possible snitch in Twiztid's big drug bust. So we got a whole interview planned out for him, so we're just going to get started. So for those of you who don't know, or for those people who don't know J10, tell us a little bit about who you are, how you came to be working in the music industry and with Psychopathic, and then most importantly, why you left Psychopathic.
Yes, sir. Well, my name is J10. I'm from Tampa, Florida. I've been doing the rap shit, let's say, roughly since 04. I don't know, maybe 05. How I came to meet Psychopathic. The scene down here, back then, there was not many underground rappers. I was a hype man for another underground act down here, and they got the opportunity to open up, shows over the years, open up for Blaze, Tombstone Terror, open up for Twiztid. I don't know what the hell tour it was back then. Just doing the local opener joint. You know what I'm saying? How a lot of local cats do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a couple years of doing that shit, I was the hype man of another act down here. They got an opportunity to go on the road with Blazy Dead Homie and be a local opener. This was on the Clockwork Gray tour. I'm going to say 07, maybe 06, 07. I don't remember to be quite, exact, but it was Blaze when he was with ROC, and it was Killer C and Liquid Assassin, Grave Plot, and then it was the act that I was rapping with back then, and me being the hype man then.
What was the act? What was the act you were with?
I'd rather not even say that who I was with. They're another underground artist. They know who they are. They gave me a great opportunity, but me and that artist don't really speak at the moment as well. So I would rather not even say his name.
That's fine. Moving on.
Or their name. Yeah, moving on. Got acquainted with Chris on that tour. Thought nothing of it. Came back home, was doing the local shit, grinding really hard, trying to bring fans around. Doing the merch type thing. When Psychopathic would come through town, ironically, guess who they would give a jingle for? A little bit of that Christmas tree. Come on. So that's how basically I knew Psychopath. That was my in towards Psychopathic. I went on a tour, met these guys, got along well with Chris, and he would call me when they would come to town, and I would link up with them and do some business, and that was that. Never a hound dog, never anything. Just out there doing my own grizzy. They respected that. Give the nigga a call. We do business, and I'll get the fuck out of there. Half the time I didn't even go to the shows, or asked to be put on any sort of list or anything. I went for one reason. They call me for one reason. I go to the show. So, that's how I got acquainted with them. Twiztid would call when they came through as well. And I was told, let's say maybe June of 08, maybe I'm guessing, but around that time, me and Blaze had been talking on the phone, and or he'd call me and say, hey, what up?
Excellent,
really
excellent
serious,
Blaze. That's an excellent Blaze impersonation, by the way. I just wanted to point that out.
Oh, hey, it rubs off on you when you're around the guy. So, basically calls me out of the blue. Had mentioned something along the lines when I, just hobnobbing with him here and there. Hey, stay your ass out of trouble. Might need you sometime. I thought nothing of it. Thought smoke was being blown up my ass. Okay, stay out of trouble. What's that mean? Well, stayed out of trouble, and got a phone call from Chris that December, and was like, hey, wanted to let you know, gonna need your help here. You want to make some cheddar? Sure, fuck yeah. Who doesn't want to make some cheddar? So in the back of my mind, I'm thinking I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna be the next Matt Nips, or I'm gonna be a runner, or I'm gonna be stagehand, or whatever. Basically my lifelong dream. Hey, get to work for fucking Psychopathic. Holy shit, you know what I'm saying? And it didn't matter to me, being a juggalo since the mid '90s. Who's that? If you're a ninja, whose dream isn't that? If I could only work at the warehouse or whatever the fuck it is, my way in. Let me get my way in. Well, he told me, in not too many words, basically, Brian, ROC can't do the shit with me, right now. I need your help. You want to rap with me. So he put me on. This is December 08, and I went out. My first tour with Chris as his hype man was the Bring the Noise tour. Cottonmouth Kings, La Coca Nostra, Blaze, Big B. Shit was dope. I went out there like a Mexican jumping bean. I'd never been, you know what I'm saying? I'm exerting all the energy I can. I don't know. I don't know my place yet, you know what I'm saying? It's my first tour. I'm just trying to fucking survive out there, I'm a rookie. And basically, me and Chris got along super, super tight, I was just willing to go above and beyond for him. And, we were starting to get things cohesive as for choreography, as for stage presence, as for, just the whole rigmarole of being an artist and
trying to excel and move yourself up. As, you know, and that lasted for, let's say, you know, from December of 08 until this past Hatchet Attacks. And I've got pages and pages of brainstorming right here to get onto it, but, you know, make a long story short, this year, 2011 itself, has been kind of astonishing itself because New Year's Eve, I always play New Year's Evil with Blaze. Have done it for the past 2 or 3 years. Didn't get offered to play this year, you know. Talked to Chris. Oh, well, I think ROC is just going to do it. We'll do something special for the Juggalos. We'll have ROC come out there with me. All right, you know, bet. Because Chris, and we put this on the record, Chris came out of pocket for everything for me. Psychopathic had no ties to me, never paid me, no affiliation to me. I worked for Grundy Enterprises. That's who paid me. And Chris, being the gentleman that he is, came out of pocket for me every time. Fly me the fuck up to Detroit, call me, hey, itinerary, check your shit, blah, blah, blah. You know, came out of pocket. Motherfucker would pay for the limo to come get me, pay for the fucking Metro cab, whatever the fuck it was, would get me to where I needed to be on the house. You know what I'm saying? He took care of me. You know, never once asked for anything. And, you know, that's the kind of relationship that me and that guy had. It was. Of course, you got to fucking trust me, because you're living with me. You're taking a stranger who you hardly know, and then you're putting him under your wing. And Chris protected me a lot from the label themselves. He purposely would tell me, you know, I'm keeping you away from all this because I already know. And as for him saying he knows, what he's talking about is he knows the jealousy that was spoke of when my name came up. And, you know, it's a sad story that he's in the place that he is right now, because he's a great dude, but he's fucking stuck between a rock and a hard spot, and I feel for him because it just sucks. We were close. I can't stress the fact that it wasn't, this and that. We talked occasionally when we wasn't on the road, but when we was on the road, it was peas and carrots. I wouldn't do anything out of line. He knows it was business, dog. It was motherfucking business from the rip. Well, let me get to why I was released. All right, so I didn't play New Year's Evil. No go. All right, Blaze has 2 Canada shows, right? He's got these shows in Canada, his first out-of-the-country shows. Okay. Figuring I'm going to go to these bitches, whatever. Wait, we're just going to use ROC again. So I'm kind of thinking, what the hell is ROC? Are they planning to have ROC come back? Is this my way of getting fucking kind of funneled out of the equation? What's going on here, Well, we're supposed to go on a wild week of weirds or some shit like that. Ended up, Blaze, I think, went on that bitch alone. Was like, what's going on? There was another tour, Bang Pow Boom. I played a show in Detroit the night before. It was like May 19th. We played a local fucking Blind Pig show in Detroit or Pontiac or something like that. And the next morning, he flew out to Worcester and did the Bang Pow Boom show in Worcester. And it was basically, I wasn't allowed to go because Joe didn't want me out there. I guess because his fucking kids were out there. He had it out for me since day one. That's all I can tell you. When I met him, it was Hatchet Attacks, 08, whatever. Whenever it was out in Arizona, and they did Lotus one night and Riders, and then all the next performances the next day. It was like Tempe, Tucson type shit. We met out there. I was on the tour bus alone. I got to the show, flew in. Riders was on. I'm outside the venue. Nobody knows who the fuck I am. I ain't got no tickets. I got 2 bags straight from the airport, but I'm that guy like, hey, I'm with the band. Come on. Hey, I'm with the band. Let me in. I get a hold of Jake,
Boondocks' old hype man. And Jake gets me in, brings me through the back and, gets me onto a bus and tells me, just post up until Chris gets off stage, blah, blah, blah. Well, here comes Joe on the bus, and it was me and him, and Joe was getting ready for his Lotus shit, kind of, doing his rehearsal shit, and he basically was like, I'm Joe Bruce. Do I know you? Have we met before? And that was about the extent of the words that were said. Do I know you? No, I'm J10. I'm Chris's new dude. Okay, I'm Joe. And that was it, As for this year, still, let's go back. They released me on the fucking Gang Rags extended cuts. They put me on 2 tracks, Simply Fresh and Ghetto Benefits. I was, told, hey, do these verses. I got these verses for you. Hell yeah. I'll see what I can do. Throws me on this shit. I send the Psychopathic asked for the vocals to be sent to them, dry vocals, don't have nothing on them. If you listen to the songs, you can obviously hear that they didn't fucking put any production on my shit, because that's what they do. I'm not the first one to say this. I think Necro just said some of the same type of shit, just this week, talking about why he would never do a song again with Psychopathic, because they on some fucking, if you ain't on a label, we don't give a fuck how you sound on our shit. But regardless of that, they put me on the CD. They press 1,000 copies. They sell, 500 of them bitches in the first few days of that drive-by tour that Blaze did this year. He tries to get the rest sent out. Joe, I guess Joe wouldn't fucking send them out because I'm on it. What the fuck are you putting your hype man on? He's just a hype man. Fuck that kid type shit. So, Chris told me, Joe wants me to fucking basically rap over your verses. I won't do that to you. That's fucked up. We did that shit to Marz. I'm not going to do that shit to you. I won't take you off that shit. And then what happens fucking 6 months later, here at the gathering, they fucking released Ghetto Benefits without me, and it's just fucking janky work, because they just, took my verse out, scooted ROC's verse before, and then just let the other verse ride the fuck out like Patchwork Patty. While I was let go, here we go. They had a meeting. I guess they had a meeting at the Lotus Pod about me. This is early 2011, maybe February. This kid, who the fuck is this kid? He ain't signed. He ain't nobody to us. He's getting too much attention, too much shine. Fucking, who is this nobody? He's getting too much attention. He's diverting attention from where it needs to be. Let's fucking get rid of him, So general consensus is fucking get rid of me. This is February. I get a call, actually, from somebody at Psychopathic. I'm not going to divulge any names, but somebody there that works for them or worked for them called me, and they're basically my little eyes on the inside. They didn't know that I was that tight with motherfuckers there that are willing to call me and be like, yo, blah, 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 they're having a meeting about you. They're not talking about firing you, which they were, but, the next day, Blaze goes in. This is what he told me. I don't know if this is true, but this is what Chris told me. And I have no reason not to believe him, because me and him shot each other straight as motherfucking arrows. But he told me that, I went to bat for you, dog. I went into Billy, Billy and Joe, and it was me sitting on the other side of the table, and they're telling me, you can have any other motherfucker as your hype man. You can have anybody else on stage with you but that kid. Anybody else. You can have any fucking body else on stage with you but that kid. Fuck him. This was what was told through the grapevine to be told to me from Joe's fucking lips. Tell him to fuck off. He's a juggalo. He'll understand. Now, is that being a ninja since 96, that's a slap in my motherfucking face, straight up. Tell him to fuck off. He's a juggalo. He'll understand. Little did they know, yeah, I was an OG alpha fucking ninja, dog. I ran shit. You know what I'm saying? How the fuck do you think I worked myself from being at shows, traveling the country for years, going to Fright Fest on Greyhounds, going to Hollow Wickeds, doing the whole real deal as a ninja?
how you think it feels to have Daddy Duke slap you in the face and tell me, fuck you. You know, I thought this was Juggalo shit. Everybody gets a chance. Everybody, you know, we belong, my con, right? I thought everybody belonged up in this motherfucker. Why you gonna hate on me? I boss, you know, Chris, this is the I'm gonna go, here it is. The last fucking, so Chris goes to bat for me, basically puts his shit out on the line. I don't want to get rid of him. That's my dude. He's down for the cause. That's my ride or die. What the fuck? Why you trying to fucking fuck my shit up? Why you trying to fuck my career up again? So, as I say, again, peep this. This is on some shit nobody fucking knows. Here you go. Exclusive Fago lovers. You'll only catch it here. How about that? A little plug for you, too. Here it is. Fucking straight from Blaze. Out of context. I don't know whether it was a Rider show or a Lotus show. I don't even think Lotus was around back then. So, this is like 2000, 2001, whenever. Chris is fucking sweating balls after a show. I think Riders sitting there winded as fuck, almost puking, drenched in sweat, you know what I'm saying? Just did a fucking set and he talking to somebody, you know, out of context, man, like, fuck this shit, man. Fuck this. Can't do it. Fuck this shit. Well, Joe hears him and says, oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Fuck this shit? I'll show you fuck this shit. Call somebody back at the label. I don't know who he called. Could have been Webmaster Gordon back then. Could have been somebody else. But tells somebody at the label to fucking kill Chris's career. Basically put out a fucking newsletter, put out a Hatchet Herald, put out something, whatever was back popping then, put out the news that Blaze, your dead homie, retired. And I know you remember this. You remember when Blaze mysteriously retired? What happened to Blaze? You know, what the fuck? That's Joe telling Blaze, you want to talk some shit? You want to fucking say, fuck this shit? Well, fuck you. So start your career over and put that nigga on hiatus and made him work, you know, and made him work back to where he already belonged. You know what I'm saying? It's like they shit on this motherfucker. I feel so bad for Chris because it's like he is the redheaded stepchild of the fucking label and there's not much he can do. And it's like, dog, you want bombs? You want bombs between Chris and me? He's not even contractually obligated to Psychopathic. He's not even on a fucking contract. He's got distribution through the label, the same as Boondocks. They're straight up shame that you want to act like these motherfuckers are on the label. They're not. They won't ever even tell you that because this is the fam, but they are not. You know, yeah, they might have been riding with Psychopathic since the beginning till the wheels fall off to the end, but they're not a part of it. They're not even signed to the fucking label. Chris could fucking man up and be like, you know what, fuck this. I've had enough of fucking being treated like an asshole. And he could walk, but, you know, will Juggalos follow? And that's what everybody's scared of, you know? I wish Magic Records would have fucking happened back in the day because, you know, for that to even be talked of nowadays would be completely taboo, but it was so close to being something so awesome. There's really a hierarchy when you're talking about this label and the family aspect of it and this and that. It's not. It's business, and it's Eastside and ICP. It's ICP versus, and if you ain't ICP, you're on the other fucking team, and Twiztid and Blaze stick together because they're Trey side, and that's where my fucking allegiance lied. That's where my allegiance still lies, dog. It's like I've always been, you know, Twiztid, serial killer, Juggalo, dog. That's my shit. I was the fucking mini Madrox growing up around my neck of the woods. You know what I'm saying? I spider-legged my hair since fucking 1999 type shit. Like, come on. And it's just so sad to, you know, get to work with a part of something that you love. You open Pandora's box, and, you know, the first day you're out there on the road with anybody, they're telling you, you know, nothing leaves this bus. When I'm gonna talk shit about people, I need to have 100% full trust in you. This don't leave this bus. And I did have that trust until they fucked me. Until they fucking straight want to fucking throw my name to the wolves and fuck me. Well, that's why I'm doing this fucking interview. So back to the thing. Back to why I was released. Well, Hatchet Attacks comes by. I'm not even supposed to play this motherfucker. Guess who's supposed to play? ROC and Blaze. Well, 3 days before Hatchet Attacks comes, guess who gets a phone call? I do. Hey, man, plane tickets in your email and check the show mix. You know, basically, you're playing,
And I need to tell you, you need to wear all black. Joe don't want you wearing no fucking gang rags. You know, he's sick of that fuck. It's like they're the ones that told me to dress like that from the first place, from the beginning. You got to cover your face. You got to fucking wear all these rags. That was them. That was not my gimmick. That was how the fuck they wanted me to dress, so I did it. And then come the end, we don't like how this kid's dressed. We're going to have to, if he's going to stick around here, we're going to have to fucking redo your shit, Blaze, and blah, blah, blah. So they made me wear all black. There was a tape line on the stage that they didn't want me to cross, I guess because they knew cameras would be filming for the Hatchet Attacks type shit. And I was also told I can't dance. You can't dance. I need you to just walk around behind me dressed in all black and blend in with the fucking scenery, and you can't dance. I'm like, Doug, okay, this has got to be one of the last shows that's going on. I had that feeling flying up to Wisconsin. So, peak game. I get to Wisconsin. I get to fucking Wisconsin and get off the plane, get a ride to the hotel, get to the hotel, meet up. I think it was like me and Chris and Matt Nips, Ash, and fucking Monoxide. And I think Jamie was at the hotel sleeping or some shit. We all head out to the fucking rave, the venue where the Hatchet Attacks was, go downstairs, backstage, say what's up. It's the rest of the fam. It's like Otis Bones, Clay, Fillin, fucking Joey, I don't know, whoever. Everybody on the label was downstairs, the backstage room at Hatchet Attacks. I pinched off in the corner. I saw where Joe's shit was, like, set up. He wasn't in the room. He was in the wrestling ring fucking doing his announcing shit. He comes backstage, peeks his head around the corner, kind of sees me. I don't know whether he texted Chris or texted somebody or whispered something to somebody, but here comes Blaze tapping me on the shoulder telling me I got to get my shit and get the fuck out of backstage because Joe's being a fucking big baby and was kicking me out of backstage at Hatchet Attacks like when I'm part of this shit. So Blaze and me left. Chris was like, I don't want you sitting out here alone. I'm like, dog, I got 100 heads here to see me alone. Like, you act like I don't got homies. It's gravy. If you don't want me back there, just say so. No. So we went back to the hotel and talked from about 4:30 to 9 o'clock. We went on at 10, I think, and we talked for, 4 or 5 fucking straight hours. And Chris wasn't even going to fucking play Hatchet Attacks. He blew the fuck up on the way out, was like, fuck this shit, I'm not fucking playing this shit. You niggas want to fucking treat me like a bitch all the fucking time. This is the last straw. So they got photographers backstage, blah, blah, blah. I'm advised to not be in any pictures, this, that, the whole nine. So during the fucking conversation at the fucking hotel, it's just Chris telling me, Chris repeating old, like, Biggie lines and fucking Puff Daddy lines type shit, like, you jealous motherfuckers or whatever. I don't know what he was saying, but he's telling me, I've seen cases of this shit, but I've never seen it this bad, ever. It's never, ever been this bad. Like, Joe don't fucking like you. Joe is jealous of you, and why I say that is because that is what Chris fucking told me, and that is what was talked about at the fucking 2-on-1 meeting between Billy Bill, Joe, and Chris. This is why I was fucking booted. Here's the real reason. I'm not Joe fucking Bruce's brainchild. I'm not his little fucking inkling of a thought. I'm not affiliated with him, and he's not my master, basically. Him and Chris don't get along well in the first place, They don't always see eye to eye on a lot of things, and I'll get into that later. But Joe was basically like, Chris, I think that you're in cahoots with Jayden. I think that you're going to sign him to some sub-label, to some label like Blaze has a label, to some Grundy Enterprises label. Blaze is going to sign me. He's going to fund me. And I'm going to blow the fuck up. And Joe's not going to get paid when I finally do blow up. So in order to prevent that from even happening, fuck this kid. Tell him to go fuck himself. And that's why I was let go. That's, you know, hands down the reason why I was let go. Don't let Blaze try to trick you and tell you, oh, I wanted to try and do my shit solo. That's what he's being told to tell you. You know, he called me after all was said and done, like, what am I going to do, dude? What the fuck am I going to do? This is the third time my career's been done like this. You know, contrary to belief, I was in there rapping with him as long as ROC was, as long as ABK was, you know, and I thought I was doing a damn good job at it. Obviously, too well of a job at it. Overachieving. And that's, you know, they don't have room for that. They don't have room for a bright young mind on the label. So in order to fucking put the kibosh on that, fucking let's get it, you know, get it. Fuck that kid, and on his way out, you know, let's tell him to fuck himself. Hey, and then on his way out again, let's try to throw him under the fucking bus to all the ninjas, because Joe fucking Bruce, I don't fucking like this kid, you know, and I'm fucking gonna pull this bullshit.
Okay, so I've got two questions for you, branching off from everything you just said.
Yep.
So was there ever any legitimacy to Joe Bruce's worry that you were going to be signed with Blaze's sublabel? Like, was that ever actually in the works?
No, that was never even spoken about. That was a paranoid delusion that Joe must have came up with himself. Me and Chris never spoke on anything like that. If anything, he was just like, help me with my shit, you know. The extent of help I did with him with his shit was helping him on stage. Help me on stage. Hey, if you come up with any cool ideas, tell me. Let's work them into our show, you know. Never. You know, if anything, Chris was going to be on my shit because I wanted him to do it, you know, maybe like a spoken word intro to one of my albums, you know.
Okay.
And upon my departure at the hotel, he even told me, he's like, yo, you know, I still got you on that feature, like, as a fucking parting gift. Like, hey, you're not my hype man anymore, but I'll still do that track with you. Like, come on, dog. Fuck out of here. Man the fuck up. You know, it's like, I feel so bad for him. I love the motherfucker, straight up. Like, I considered him so close to me that I would have asked the motherfucker to be a best man at my future wedding type shit. You know what I'm saying? This the motherfucker that put me on. Like, I owe my shit to this guy. And it's not him. I can't even be mad at Blaze. You know, the only thing I'm mad at Blaze, I didn't have no beef with Chris until Ghetto Benefits was released at the Gathering without me on it, which is a slap in my face, which is why I did the fucking Who You Did Who remixes, which, by the way, is over all of his show mixes, because I have his show mixes. Because why? Because I've made a lot of his show mixes. I would get shit sent to me from the Lotus Pod that was fucking straight jacked up, butchered, you cannot go on stage with this show mix, because there might be two of the same song on there, or there might be, you know, clips of another song 3 seconds into that, you know. You might be listening to Hood Rats and get the first 5 seconds of Casket at the end of it. Like, just simple, sloppy shit that I took care of. I did more than my fair share of what a hype man does. You know what I'm saying? I took it into my hands. I took his music and made it my music. That's what I did. I told him I was going to do it. I put my own music on hold for 3 years. Why Juggalos never heard of me? Because you know why? Because I had the respect to be out there touring on the road with somebody, not riding on their fucking coattails, doing my own thing, and not trying to be like, hey, I'm Blaze Did Homies Hype Man, blah, 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 here, listen to my shit. If anybody got a CD from me, it was free. If anybody got any bandanas or any merch from me, it was free. Never was trying to take $1 out of Psychopathic's pocket. Never, not once. Was trying to make money for the motherfuckers, because I know I'm going to make money.
Okay.
They fucked up.
All right, so my other question relating to this, because there was a weird timing issue with this, because I met you on the World of Webs tour where you were hyping for Blaze, and that was at the end of 2010. Then in early 2011, we had the Sticks and Headstones tour where it was Boondocks and Blaze headlining. They came out, but they're both artists who typically perform with Hype Man, and this was the first we had seen of Blaze being solo without you, and Boondocks was also without a Hype Man for the first time. So is there any correlation between your leaving and the leaving of Boondocks as Hype Man? Can you speak to any of that at all?
No. That actually, you know, as far as Boondocks as Hype Man, all I knew was Jake, you know, and Smokey, but I didn't know. I know why they don't speak. It's over some money, of course. You know, it's over some stupid petty amount of money, $600-700 or something like that. But you know, that's their shit. That's all I know is, you know, basic, you know.
Okay,
basic shit.
so
I know
the reason
most Juggalos know.
Okay, so the reason you left Psychopathic and the reason they are no longer affiliated are completely unrelated. They just happened to happen at the same time.
Like, yo, let's ditch the hype, man. No, it had nothing to do like that. It was, you know, we've had enough of this kid. He's fucking getting love. It's like how I'm gonna fucking do these verses on Blaze's shit and literally get text messages from Jamie Madrox the day I haven't even heard my verses produced. Like, you killed it, homie. Coming from the dude that I emulated for fucking 10 years of my life was a giant pat on my back, you know, like, damn, I'm finally doing it. I spit a couple fucking verses for the Hatchet. They put me on. Now Jamie's hitting me up telling me, good job, cool. You know, on sky's the limit. Well, that's what I thought, you know. They gave me a taste and they fucking took it away. And, you know, yeah, I am bitter about it, but not bitter enough to go fucking snitching on the police and... oh my God.
Okay, all right. So
when do we get to talk about that?
Yeah, I was gonna say. So I think we've moved on to moved on from, you know, why you left Psychopathic. I think that's reason is clear.
Yeah.
So now let's move on to this whole snitching controversy, which is why we're really here in the first place. So as everybody knows, Twiztid was on the American Psycho tour with ICP. They had a show date in Tampa, Florida, and during that time they got busted for pot by the cops, and then it immediately came out, you know, there were rumors posted on Facebook and Twitter by Corporal Robinson, and then it was affirmed and retweeted by lots of other people that you were the snitch. Then it came out that Twiztid spoke to TMZ saying that they had been snitched out, and all implications were pointing directly at you. Now, why don't you give us your side of the story and like how everything went down?
I'll tell you exactly what went down. I posted a picture before the show to my Facebook was that album artwork for the Who You Did Who, and I got hit back up by Blaze's girlfriend, who's my friend on Facebook, telling me, fuck you, I can't believe, you know, you're a creep, going through my Facebook pictures. Like, bitch, you posted this shit. You're my friend. It came up on my shit, and I thought it was a funny picture. It's Blaze straight up in a fucking white beater snuggling with a puppy. Like, that ain't thug, so, you know, use it to my advantage. So that's what I put on the cover of the shit. Well, I post that. I'm sure that, you know, before the show, they already knew I'd be there. I get to the show, let's say about 5:30. I'm sitting in the fucking parking lot. I rolled to the show alone. I don't need no fucking homies to roll deep with me. I'm sitting there. Nobody's there. You know what I'm saying? There's like a bunch of ninjas in this hotel, which is the hotel, the Days Inn Hotel and the Green Iguana share the same parking lot. I guess Green Iguana didn't have enough parking, so they asked the Days Inn, hey, overflow parking, can we, you know, use your parking lot? You can charge, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. But I've never even been to this venue. Get to the show, start to see a few people I know, you know, sitting in the car, bullshitting, rapping, showing some people the shit. Actually sitting there smoking, fucking, you know, I ain't gonna lie, sitting there smoking, fucking rapping, bullshitting. I get out the car, see some more homies. I see an old school JC Dub wrestler, Haystacks. I don't know if anybody remember that motherfucker, but saw him, handed him a copy of the shit, and here I'm looking at the bus, and then three motherfuckers get off. It's Monoxide, it's Dustin, I guess they're somebody's runner, maybe Twiztid's new runner from Baltimore. Homie, I thought a homie of mine, you know, I've known Dustin for years as well. It's my dude. And Corporal Robinson. And I make eye contact with fucking Monoxide or Mono, or whatever the fuck they call him. Paul, you know. And he kind of looks at me, and then we make eye contact again. And then I see fucking Corp come, you know, make a beeline for me. Get all up in my grits and gravy, starts, you know, running his fucking mouth. What the fuck are you doing here? All that shit you motherfuckers are talking online, blah, blah, blah. You know, you need to get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, or I'll make you get the fuck out of here. Are you clear? Are we clear? Yeah, I said, motherfucker, yeah, we're clear.
Even better Corporal Robinson impression, I might add.
Well, you know, I've only talked to him a few times. That's basically what it sounded like. to me. You know, are we crystal clear? Yeah, I'm crystal clear. My point here is closure. I'm coming to this show to get some closure. You know, that was it. So I basically get kicked out of I'm like, dude, this is a fucking parking lot. You know, I'm smoking some fucking trees here. I'm smoking trees here. You know what I'm saying? This is a parking lot. What the fuck? And it, you know, basically, you need to get the fuck out of here or we'll make you. You know, okay, cool. The threat's there. I'm out. I'm not trying to fight some motherfucker that gets beat up with baseball bats and cut up with glass, dog. I'm not stupid. Come on. You know? So he wants to say, oh, you ran like a mouse. I turned my back. I walked to my car. I got in the car, closed the door, and drove out slow enough to roll the window down and hand CDs out to this girl, Brittany, and this other girl, Snatch, that I know from, you know, the 727, the opposite side of the bay. You know, so I wasn't peeling out. I was driving out slow enough to roll my window down and hand out CDs. So let's get that straight as well. You know, and it's funny how the first person to call me a snitch is Joe's right-hand man, you know, because that was probably the fucking, that was the plan. You know, even if they didn't get popped, that was the plan. You know, let's fuck this kid. I fucking hate this kid. And for him to come here and do, you know, Juggalos want to ask, wow, that's bullshit. Why would you go to an ICP show and release a disc CD? Why the fuck wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? Juggalos aren't the same as what they fucking used to be. You know, it's few and far between when you really meet a true ninja nowadays. And why wouldn't I? Isham did the same fucking shit at the Gathering. Who gives a fuck? You know, there's your demographic of folks that are going to even give it. If I handed the Who You Did Who CD to fucking Joe Schmo on the street, first of all, he'd be like, who you did who? And then he'd be like, Blaze, you did who? Exactly, you know? I give it to somebody, you know, I give it to somebody that actually knows what the fuck's up. Why not? And I thought I did a damn good job on it because it's straight pain. Not only does it tell a lot of the truths, talk a lot of shit, it's straight homage. It pays homage to the man that put me on, dog. I do a cover of Escape Artist there, like a straight cover of Escape Artist that sounds, you know, just like Chris, dog. It's like I put 11 of my fucking eggs in somebody else's basket, and I'll be damned if I don't get their fucking dozen, you know, and end up with the baker's dozen. Like, I'm going to get my 11 and then one of yours, and then I still got one of mine. And you'll never, you know. It's like when I was leaving the Hatchet Attacks Hotel, dog, when me and Chris fucking last saw each other, was basically like, and don't be surprised, nigga, if one day you're opening for me, you know? And he was, you know, like, you know, yeah. And you know what else was told at that fucking at the fucking hotel? Conversation between me and Chris. You know what he told me? You know what he told me, Joe? Because you're probably listening to this. He told me to fuck your wife. Straight up. He told me to fuck your wife. You want to get back at Joe? Fuck Sugar Slam. You want to get back at Joe? Fuck his old lady. Or you want to get back at Joe? Sign to Strange. Them niggas will sign you. You got $20,000? Them niggas will pick you up, dog. They'll pick you up. They'll put you on. You want to get back at Joe? That's what you do. Straight up. That's what was told to me. Like, as mad as Chris was, he was fucking telling me the truth about a lot of shit in his anger, and I know all them fucking skeletons. And I don't got no problem telling all them skeletons. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. I don't care. I burn my bridge to the fucking hatchet. Why would you want to go to Juggalo Island when you're Juggalo Island is eternally fucking career death? You can't, if you ain't ICP, you ain't fucking nobody. That's how it works there. If it ain't Joe Bruce's way, if you beat him in one game of checkers and you play 100, you better be fucking mad at yourself for beating him that one time, dog, because he ain't gonna forget it. It's like, it's a sad situation over there. I was kept far away from it, like Chris said. You know, I've been to the Lotus Pod. I've been there, you know, been in the studio, done the whole nine. I've seen the ping pong room, the W fuck off, this, that, all the offices. It's nothing spectacular, you know. It's like, I would have been like, oh my God, I give my left leg to get up in the Lotus Pod, dog. It ain't shit, you know. It's a fucking work spot where a bunch of fucking disgruntled employees go. It's like basically like a fucking post office, I guess.
Okay, but to wrap up the issues of the snitching, so you were asked to leave by Corporal Robinson.
Or comes out to me. Rah, 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 rah. You know what? I'm actually thinking about leaving and go. This is the funny thing. They want to think I snitched. I thought about leaving and going to the Walmart across the street and copping a fucking knife. That's what I thought about. I was like, fuck this. I'll go get me a fucking knife and come back to this motherfucker. You know? Like, I don't want to be threatened. Me and Monoxide texted right as everything had just happened. I sent him a text. I sent Joe a text saying, like, wow. I sent fucking Blaze a text saying some other shit, basically like, wow. And then I sent Monoxide a fucking text, and it was like, LOL, tough guys, you know? And then I put his fucking kids' names at the end of it, because he calls his kids Cabs and Beans, like his little fucking nicknames for his kids. So I put that in there just to piss him off. And he's like, why do you have to go there? Just leave it alone, nigga. You know, this was your pass. We gave you a fucking pass. Leave, and leave this shit alone. We give you a pass. Like, you know, what is this, threat, nigga? Don't fucking make me pop the trunk type shit, you know? Like, that was what was said. And I left the fucking venue, came home, got home, sat here all night, and I get texts at like 12:05 and 12:08 from a couple homies at the show. And here, to dead some other fucking shit, oh, he put a fucking Facebook message out there, and then he rescinded it. He took it off there because he was admitting. No. Listen to the fucking B-side of the Who You Dead Who single. The song is called The Reason. The song is called The Reason. I wrote it back in April after I started writing it before I was even fired from fucking Psychopathic or from Grundy Enterprises. I started writing this song because I knew the time was up. I could fucking sense it, and I was telling them, I'm the reason. I am the reason. You are the reason. Together, the reason why I must be leaving. It was not an admission. Oh, he did it. He's the reason. No, it was me quoting a fucking song that was on the Who You Did Who sample. The fucking remix that I was supposed to hand out that I didn't even get to hand out because I got kicked out of the parking lot. So, you know, here it comes. Fucking, I'm getting calls from Juggalos, left side of the U.S. to the right side on my phone. What the fuck, you snitched on our fucking fam, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, here we go. Here we fucking go. And so, you know, I'm a smart cookie. What do? I go down to fucking Public Records, man. I go down to Ybor City. They tell me, these cops didn't arrest them. You got to go down to fucking Franklin Street. You got to go to TPD headquarters. Never even been there my whole life. It's like I'm feeling like I'm on Dexter or some shit, you know, like up in the fucking police department. Sit there. I give them their names. I'm like, yep, Paul Methrick, Jamie Spaniolo, and Chris Rouleau. What do? 15 cents a sheet, 9 sheets deep, $1.35. Hand me over my shit. I read through it, call a couple people, read through the fucking report. Blam! In ink. The reason why the cops were called to the show, there was some, I'm not saying juggalos are druggalos either. I'm saying motherfuckers that put needles in their arms. Yeah, and if you're a juggalo, you are a druggalo. As far as drugs, marijuana ain't a fucking drug to me. Everything else is. Sorry. Alcohol even. I don't even drink. I gave up drinking alcohol to rap with Blaze. By the fucking grace of God, November 9th, 3 years sober. Cause of the mic, cause of the hatchet. Like, come on, dog. You give me a chance to turn my life around, and that's what I was doing. As for the snitching, hell no. Fuck that. Never. Very bad timing. Very, very, very bad timing. A shitty situation for anybody involved, knowing that if you get popped in Florida with any weed, it's no tolerance type shit around here. Well, I guess 2 juggalos were fucking shooting up fucking drugs in the Days Inn parking lot. I don't know. I don't even know anybody that was at the venue when I was even there, hardly. So, I guess the Days Inn owner-operator, this Patrick Patel, who even gave a fucking written statement to the police, said, yeah, I called the cops earlier in the day to have them on heavy patrol and heavy foot patrol in this parking lot because of fucking criminal activity, drugs. He didn't want fights. This guy's trying to protect his fucking business. I don't blame him. I didn't even notice. I'm glad that it was in the fucking report, though, straight up. And people, you photoshopped it. You can look at the report number in the top corner, and you can request your own set of fucking police report papers. They will send them to you. You do a little money order. I don't know, but you can. That is the hands down the real deal. I'm not the liar in this case. This was a fucking. They want to say, first of all, they said they were set up. Second, they said they were snitched on. I think Monoxide was told to call TMZ. I think Joe might have had him call TMZ and be like, look, this nigga's got a vendetta against us. Why don't you tell them? You know, it's like, wow. You know, is this how you're going to do me? And since then, it's like they know. If they're listening, then they probably might. They know as well as I know I didn't fucking snitch on them. They know. They know that ain't me, and they know in their heart of hearts that this is a fucking setup against me. They won't ever admit it, because if they admit it, then they admit they're fucking lying, and then what else are they lying about? Well, I'll tell you what the fuck they're lying about. It's like, this is a modern day witch hunt, you know? Ugh. It's, you know, and why are you going to try to prove your innocence so bad? If you're not guilty, then you should just let it slide. You're not the one waking up with death threats in your fucking Facebook, this, that, all this e-thuggery. You know, it's like, it's nonsense. Who wants to fucking deal with that? Oh, he put his Facebook and Twitter on private. He's guilty. No, dude, it's just fucking harassment. Nobody wants to deal with that shit. I'm at a point in my life where I'm trying to better myself. Straight the fuck up, you know? Therapy, counseling, anger management, on my own. Not court-appointed type shit, you know? Trying to grow up. Niggas almost 30 years old, and just got a real taste of life. So, you know, and to go and think that I would even fucking snitch on niggas that I don't even give a fuck much about anymore is beyond me, especially to the demographic of music that I'm trying to push, when my shit's never been solely music, but, you know, a lot of juggalos listen to this shit. Why would I do that? That's social suicide, you know? Come on.
All right, man.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been quite a story, man. Is there anything else you want to say specifically about the snitching incident, or any general crosses you have to bear with Psychopathic?
Yeah, actually, here, let me just start rattling them off real quick. We don't even have to get into this shit, all right? All right. The reason I'm going to address this song, it's not an ICP diss. Whoever posted the video for this shit, it was never an ICP diss. It's written before I was let go from Acid Attacks. It's just little stabs and truths at Joe, not ICP. It's personal things that are said, you know, that I put in that track. That's it. Let's see. What have I covered? Oh, I kicked out of backstage. The way they treated me at the gatherings was like, you're just some fucking scrub. Fuck you. We're not even going to give you a pass at the gathering type shit. Like, whoa. You know, I thought I'm working for you motherfuckers. You want to get into the 2010 Twiztid Slaughterhouse tour that Blaze was supposed to go on, and he was yanked off? Well, he was yanked off because Gang Rags had to be finished. Well, little did everybody know, Last House on Dead Street was put on the hold. We got to do this Gang Rags shit. His original Gang Rags, the re-release Gang Rags, is Last House on Dead Street. The one that I'm on, the Gang Rags extended cuts, is essentially Last House on Dead Street. It's bangers, dog. It's some of Chris's best shit. He put it out there, brought it to Joe, and was like, look, I got 14 tracks done on my own. I got, you know, little fucking drops to do here. Most of the vocals is done. You know, a little bit of tweaking. You know what Joe said? Fuck that. Here's 7 beats from Mikey Clark. I want you to do these 7 beats, and I'll listen to them, and then when I listen to those, I'll listen to your shit. Guess what? Chris's 7 songs from Mikey Clark turned into 14 or whatever it was, and his album got pushed to the fucking side again. Like, as we were supposed to go on this big tour, here's the CD deadline to get in, and then, no, nigga, you got to rewrite your whole album. That's real shit. Also, here's some real shit I'm not going to get into, but I am going to say this. I was audited by the fucking IRS this year, waiting on my 1099 from Psychopathic, straight fucking audited for $2,900. I had to pay $715 out of pocket, and I asked for my fucking tax papers from Psychopathic, and they refused to give them to me. I asked Chris for them, refused to give them to me, and you know what their answer was? We'll just fudge next year's numbers. Straight up, we'll fudge them for you. The $3,000 that we taxed you on,
don't worry, we'll take it off of what you earned this year. Like, get the fuck out of here. Wow. The cover-up story on Simply Fresh and Ghetto Benefits, why they were taking off Blaze's CD, oh, they were stolen beats. Yeah, right. They were not stolen beats. Chris bought those beats from homies of his, dog. Let's see. I covered a fucking whole shitload of the shit that the Blaze and Twiztid camp, that was my camp, a East Side, dog. It's like, it's not, it's like, oh, all this family love. Everybody on the label has their own voice impersonation of Joe. You know what I'm saying? It's not, it's just, you know, I took care of more problems than I ever could cause. You know what I'm saying? If there was a computer problem, I'm on the road with Twiztid. Jamie's fucking computer's on the fritz. He can't get no Wi-Fi service, and here I am fixing his shit for him. Here I am helping Paul download shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just, the beef was strictly with me and Joe because I knew he was out to get me, and I had nothing wrong against Chris until, like I said, until that Ghetto Benefits shit was out. I'd like to also say, man, like, I'm an OG Juggalo, dog. Juggalo Funhouse Tour, 1996. That was my shit. That was my first shit. You know, it's like, I've been at so many shows. I've broken ribs, broken ankles, broken legs, broken wrists, the whole nine, dog. You know, I don't give no fucks. I would have been kicking with Fat Willie Bubba's ass if you told me. I used to be brainwashed, like, oh, the Eminem beef. Yeah, I used to tell my parents, 18 years old, yeah, if I kill myself, you'll find me in a fucking white beater. They said Eminem made me do it. Why? Because I want to fuck his career up. Why? Because, you know, that's what they're telling me to fucking do. You know, I was a part of the fucking game as deep as you could get. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you know, here we go. Big Money Rustlers. They sold the rights to that fucking movie to Hot Topic for like $1 million or something like that. That movie fucking flopped. So what's Hot Topic do? Hot Topic takes all the artists from the fucking label. Here you go. We can sell Psychopathic merch, ICP merch, and Twiztid merch. Blaze, Boondocks, ABK, the rest of you, Axe Murder Boys, the rest of you niggas, you ain't getting your fucking merch sold in our store. So everybody on the label got punished besides ICP and Twiztid. Until they sell enough merch revenue and make their money up to Hot Topic, nobody on the label's shit will be sold in that fucking store. And that's just, you know, besides ICP, Twiztid, and Psychopathic. And if you're on tour and you're buying fucking Psychopathic merch, you need to think about it, because these artists that you're buying, say you go to a Blaze show and you drop $100 on a Hatchet Man jersey, Chris ain't getting a fucking dime of that shit. You gotta go buy a fucking Twiztid jersey if you're at a Twiztid show. If you're at a Blaze show, buy a Blaze jersey. You gotta support your artist, because Psychopathic purposely sends out shitloads of fucking Psychopathic merch, knowing that they're not gonna sell out of it, you know, because they got so much, and it's more options for you to line Joe's pocket, because he's paid on that shit. The artists don't get a fucking dime of that shit. You know, all right, Blaze had to buy his own gathering banner. Come on, the niggas on the label, you're charging them $5,000 or something stupid to buy a banner that isn't even that dope, you know? As for making money on tour, I spent more money on the fucking road than I ever made, dog. My pay, I'm not even going to tell you my pay raise, my pay wage is, you know, I can make more money in a day at day labor doing that type shit, dog. It was never about the money. It was about getting out there and helping Chris get to where he needed to be. Blaze lost a shitload of money on the Clockwork Gray tour, and that was his last major solo bus tour because he lost so much fucking money. As for Blaze getting paid on the Gang Rags tour, he only paid himself $600. That's it. Like, besides what he made on merch and other shit, he paid himself $600, dog. Came out of pocket and go do that shit. It's like, this motherfucker is about the business. You know, I feel bad for him. And it's like, you got Joe, who obviously forgot his fucking roots, I see him on TV and shit, wearing $600 T-shirts, Coogee shit, and it's like, his kids are fucking stuck up as fuck. I don't even know. These are stories I've heard from other label mates that's saying, like, his kids will come to their house and be like, oh, this is where you live? Wow. Oh, 4 bedrooms? That's all you got? We got 10. We got 10 bedrooms. It's like, wow, you're raising your kids to be like what you've always hated. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, it's just bad news, man. Joe had a crackhead homie on last year's Christmas tour, that nigga Lalo or whatever. Bought him a fucking bought him a new mouth, bought him like probably $5,000 to $10,000 worth of dental work, and he can't even fucking hook his homie Corp up with with new teeth. It's like you got your fucking henchman, your dude boy, your brother, whatever you consider him, on the side, and you can't even reach out and try to help this motherfucker, but you can help some crackhead you used to wrestle with you in the 80s out? Come on, dog. And it's like upon my departure, there was a JCW event in Detroit, I don't know, probably April or so of this year. Joe had 2 homegirls at his house afterwards. Him and Corp had some hoes up at Joe's house, was trying to fuck them. I know these hoes. I know these girls, not hoes. I know these girls. One of them called me from his house. He was trying to fuck, and they wasn't having it. I straight up told the girl, I was like, tell Joe to mention my name. Tell him you ain't fucking him because you want to fuck me. And that didn't go over well. Joe was like, oh, I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. And 2 days later, Corp's texting these hoes like, yo, Joe's really mad at you for even bringing that cracker's name up at our fucking house. That's bullshit. It's just, and he still didn't get no skins on top of it. But it's just sad that the people that I fucking grew up loving have just completely sold out to corporate America. I didn't snitch. And guess what? Now the fucking feds are on your ass. Straight up. I saw that shit on CNN. And how funny is that shit? That everybody want to point to what? Am I the FBI now? Holy shit! I've been a secret agent, fucking juggalo hype man. Blaze is, in my eyes, in my opinion, Blaze is fucking dopest hype man. Fucking keeping shit live as fuck. And then I've been on the side, fucking Men in Black in it. Doing the CIA. It's like, come on, dog.
What are you talking about, feds? Like, I hadn't heard any updates.
The feds did. You didn't see that CNN fucking art that they posted two or 3 days ago on CNN? They did a whole expose on Juggalos and how the FBI has been targeting Juggalos as a potential downfall on American society.
You're talking about the FBI report. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you meant something different. Okay.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's just ironic how everything happens for a reason and shit hits that fan all at once. It's like these guys that said they would never sell out, here they are, 1,000 Ways to Die, fucking, here we are at the SNL studios about to head over at MTV. It's like Joe never wanted to be everything that he became, you know what I'm saying? And that's sad. It's like I had nothing. Man, I remember fucking 1996 shows, dog. Violent J in the crowd with his fucking dreads, like trying to rip that nigga's hair off. Because I just, that's all I had, man. I held on to the hatchet. That's all I had for the fucking longest time. I am a juggalo through and through to the day I die. It's just sad to see a side of it. It's just sad to see it die. It's like you're watching your grandpa with terminal illness and you're just watching him die, and it's just, it's not what it used to be. People can say, it's the new breed. It's not what it used to be. I used to be that kid that would see a hatchet man on a car and drive 5 miles out of my way, hanging out the fucking window. Yo, what up, ninja? You want to smoke a fucking chronic blunt type shit? Like, that's me. That was me, handing out fucking burnt CDs, old school style, rocking fucking ICP merch, homemade style in the 90s, because they didn't even have merch back then, really, unless you were at a show getting a shirt. The first ICP doll I ever had was a fucking Ken doll that I fashioned into a Shaggy with fucking homemade model paint. You know what I'm saying? I done been there, dog, and for them to fucking be like, oh, this nigga snitched on us, first of all, it's very stupid on their part because it's straight slander. And second of all, they know that I didn't. So, I don't have to explain it to anybody else. This is basically for them to hear,
Wow. Well, J10, I got to thank you for an amazing interview.
I'm sitting here, got cat shit mouth.
Man, if I wouldn't be doing my part, I'd be a dick interview if I didn't ask you, like, what's next in the world of J10, man? Like, are you doing music?
I am working with, I got new producers. I'm working with King Kong. I'm working with Reckless, and I'm working with the dude Chucky Boy Jetton from all down here in Tampa area. I've got 2 full albums. 30 songs are written, ready to rock and roll. The first album I'm going to drop is called To the Moon. It's the fucking shit. Every song sounds different from the rest. It's about my life. It's what I'm going through right now, all my trials and tribulations. And the second album is straight fucking hood anthems,
fucking bangers, dog. It's called Bangers. And it's just ridiculous. It's guerrilla music, fucking slumping out the fucking hood, slumping out the trunk. As for shows, nothing's booked right now. Kind of taking a break, kind of fucking feeling out what I'm going to do, which direction I'm going to go. My music's always been about me. I'm sorry, I'm not going to say, I make my music for my fans. I make my music for me. I make my music as my outlet. If I didn't write that shit, I would be crazier than I already am. You know what I'm saying? So it's for me. It's my therapy. If other motherfuckers can grab onto it and like it, then that's awesome. You know what I'm saying? And I will try to put as much of me into my music for other people to grab onto. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm sick of bringing motherfuckers down. I'm trying to change my life, dog, and I'm trying to bring people up. Sick of being a scumbag.
Okay, and for anyone interested in grabbing a copy of that album when it comes out, like, do you have a website or a fan page that you operate through where people can buy your music?
Hit me up on the Facebook, Jayton Tampa Wicked, or hit me up on the Twitter at Tampa Wicked. As for website and all that, once the album's done, I'm gonna get all that handled, and I'll be posting that on those websites. But as for everything else, I'm kind of, I'm trimming the fat. If I don't know you, and all you're gonna do is fucking sit there and talk shit to me, I don't need to know you. You're a negative impact on my life, and I'm good on that shit. Like I said, the truth will prevail. Truth always prevails. It's sad that they fucking wanted to throw me to the wolves, but that's what they do. They did it to fucking Isham. They did it to Marz. They did it to Misery. And I didn't have no beef with Blaze until also at the gathering when he's telling Juggalos. J10 said fuck Juggalos. Yeah, I might have said that out of context to him in a private phone call, just like I'm putting all the shit that he told me in confidence on blast. He put me on blast, but that's the game, dog. It's the music game. It's a motherfucker. It's a tornado, and I'll be damned if I don't end up on the TOP. Straight up. They already know. They're fucking shook, dog. It's straight. It's not cockiness. It's confidence, because I know what I do is good. That's it.
All right, J10. Well, I can't thank you enough for this awesome interview.
Thank you, Big Ian. Hey, everybody out there, Fago lovers is the fucking shit. I know they don't like me. Fago lovers don't got no love for J10. Never have. But Big Ian's the fucking man. He wants the truth out there. This is the truth. Shout out to Sandman. I know you up there in the VA too. What it is. Yeah. That's it, y'all. Stay the fuck up.
Juggalos. Sorry, man. Go ahead. Juggalos, Juggalettes has been J10 and Big Ian. We're out.
Yo, what up, though? Real Guido here, motherfuckers, and I'm here on Real Talk Radio today because we are going to be having soon a certain someone call in that used to work for Psychopathic Records. Now, there's been all this talk if what Isham has ever said about Psy ever been true or not. There's been a lot of talk about that shit. And why not ask one of the people that was recently working for them? Maybe not necessarily, like, huge on the music side of Psychopathic Records, but on the radio side. We're supposed to be having Sasha Doll and Bam Bam call in. Waiting for them to call on in right now, but don't see them yet. Well, that being said, I'm going to let Dominic on.
What up, everyone? How's everyone doing tonight?
Looking tired.
Right. Yeah. So, fucking Sasha Doll and Bam Bam. Ooh, this is going to be interesting.
You know what? Sasha Doll got screwed over from Psychopathic, apparently money-wise as well, along with fillin, from what Bam has been telling me.
Oh.
Which is no fucking surprise, but still.
Yeah, I was about to say that. It is no surprise. But Psychopathic. But the radio, I never listened to the radio show, did you?
I only listened to Twiztid. And the one that Bam and Garrett were on, which was the one that Sasha all hosted. Which was with those other three girls that were all like fucking whores, pretty much.
Yeah, I used to, when they used to upload them to YouTube, I used to watch Ashtrays and Ashes Diggers, the Blaze Your Dead Homie show, the one with the girls, and Sugar Slam, Demo Jam, whatever.
Dude, don't even get me started on Sugar Slam, dude. Oh my god.
Started, dude. Dude, I don't understand how some guys want to fuck her.
No, not even that, dude. Like, her at the gathering, dude. Everybody were screaming, "Go home, Sugar Sam, go home!" You know. Hey, they're in. I'm gonna let them on. Yo, what up, though?
What's poppin', homie?
What's good, Bam?
Just wandering around with Miss Sasha. She's getting ready to get up on here. I figured I'd say what up to you right quick, though.
What up? What up?
Real talk.
We are wandering to a fucking park out here in motherfucking Ferndale and shit, and it's hot as balls because fucking wandering around for the past like week because of those motherfucking clowns. They claim they got everybody's back, but do they? Fuck no. But anyways, though, I'll throw you on the phone with my baby girl. Here she is, homie.
Right on.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Sasha? How's it going?
It's going great.
That's good.
Yeah, as you know, I don't know if you've seen the Facebook, but we found out yesterday that I am approximately 8 weeks pregnant.
Which, congratulations to you. I saw that.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
What are you looking for, a boy or a girl?
Actually, we really don't care as long as it's healthy, because I don't know if you know, but I have systemic lupus. So with everything that I do, and my age is a factor, I'm very high risk. So we're just hoping that it's healthy. We're not interested in really what it is. Boy or girl.
Okay. Hope it's healthy, though. I really do.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
So Sam has been telling me that you need a soapbox, per se, to let everybody know of all the whole ass shit that the clown's done to you guys.
Well, let me start with the worst hoe
with that being said, you know, go ahead, just shoot on out, you know, just tell us everything, you know.
Well, in the past year, since working for those so-called people that have people's backs, first of all, I was never paid a dime. I've watched my friends at the label, Twiztid, Boondocks, ABK, Blaze, all of them. I've watched everybody get fucked over to the point where we all have FBI files, and I've been kicked out of 4 homes. My own mother has been followed. I've been followed. We were stopped by the cops the other night, detained for almost 2 hours because I have a flawless record except for that I worked for them. So the police were very interested in my time at Psychopathic, and they were very interested in where we were going, what we were doing. And when it gets to the point where my own family's followed and I'm not supposed to talk about it, I have a real problem with that. In addition to the fact that again, they never paid me or any of my friends a dime. For the people that did my radio show. So,
that's the other thing that I want to say. Your radio show, I literally felt sorry for you, having those other bimbos on the show.
Yeah, it's really sad because they had originally given me full creative control, and as Fillin said on your show, the way that they pass around responsibility and just take it from one person that knows what they're doing, like Fillin, and then they gave it to Corp. Corp is the last person that should have run a radio show. And I mean, as a person, I love the guy dearly, but he has no business sense. So,
understandable
the things that they were doing, and then they would give me a set date to do a show, and I would put it all over the place and promote it. And then they'd go changing dates on me, and I lost my guests. I mean, I had some big names. At one point, I had the creators of Venture Brothers that wanted to come on to the show. From Adult Swim, I had different people like that, and with the way that they were screwing me over, I couldn't do that, and then I was blamed for it. And then that would be their reason for not paying me. Now, technically, I'm still under contract, so I'm risking being sued for this, and that's how much I don't care. Joe can sit there and wear his Fuji and buy his illegal Vicodin and have underage girls in the office all day. but God forbid I talk about him being a piece of shit, because he really is. He's lost sight of the dream he wanted to create. And again, like Fillin said, you can't claim scrub life if you haven't gotten a food stamp in 15 years.
Very true.
The guy really doesn't know what it's like to struggle anymore, and he forgets that the rest of us do.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Boondocks, if you've ever talked to him, but the poor guy, he's actually a very good friend of mine. In fact, I want to give out a shout out to his mom, Diane. Thank you. She was the first one to congratulate us. But poor Docs, he was sitting there paying for his own beats and paying for his studio time, and in the middle of them promoting Death Pop, he was supposed to have studio time, and every time he tried to get into the studio, they were always busy, and then they wouldn't let him into the studio, and then that became his issue, and I can't go too into that. But then they turned around and tried to get him for breach of contract on that, and that's what they do to people.
And Boondocks was like I'm not in all to country and stuff like that, but Boondocks, I love the Crimson Creek album. The Untold, Unwritten song is one of my favorite songs.
Oh yeah, that's a beautiful one.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just so sad what they did to him, and that's another thing that most people don't realize. The reason they're so nasty toward Docs is they tried to make a joke out of him originally. You know, you hear songs like Chicken Hunting, and they're talking about piggy pie and rednecks and how they hate him, and then they throw Docs on stage because they're trying to get people to hate him as part of their routine, and then when people loved him, they were all upset about it. Well, yeah, I mean, he has real talent. What do you expect?
Yeah, I remember I was wearing a Hatchet Man on the train, and it was the Boondocks charm that I got off Amazon, I think. And the guy's like Boondocks is real talent, but don't you see the hypocritical part in that with signing him? And at the time, I wasn't really thinking about it. I'm like, what do you mean hypocritical? He's like, okay, don't you remember Chicken Hunter? I'm like, yeah, one of my favorite songs. He's like, look at that song and think about it. Why would they sign Docs? It's the same thing with Hopsin and signing a bunch of weed smokers.
Well, Dominic, how I see it is basically the clowns, they're trying to get all the money. That's how I see it, right? They signed Boondocks, and then after they said fuck rednecks, fuck the South, you know, for so long, I see it that they signed Boondocks to basically put a Band-Aid over that wound of fuck rednecks and fuck the South, you know. So then they can gain more fans from the South and more money into ICP. That's how I see it. I see it as a ploy. Just like how they have Twiztid doing weed smoking theme songs, when all actuality they can make actual good deep music like Abominations is. You know?
Yeah,
exactly.
To me it feels like they're hindering all the other talent, and they just want to be number one on their label. But all actuality.
Never ever come into the studio. It's always all of us in the studio. And if you want to talk about a major sellout, a few years ago, MTV wanted to host The Gathering, and Violent J said, well, when you can pay us $2 million, you can come cover it. Well, guess who's covering The Gathering this year? And at the risk again of being sued, MTV is covering us like we're fucking Spring Breakers. So, you know, at that point, what are you trying to pull here? You're doing Tosh.0 appearances. You're letting everybody use the rights to your face paint. You're trying to pad your pockets because you know you're going down. And to take the focus off of him and other people that he has close to him, not the artist, but he and his crew, doing illegal activities, they sued the FBI. So what now? All the Juggalos and the staff get the heat. And what did he think was going to happen?
Yeah.
The other thing, before the FBI file became into existence, they've done so much shit with I'm not really bitching, I'm just, showing my observation, is that they did so much shit with Psychopathic Records, and they promoted that really, really big. I believe it was the year before the whole FBI thing came involved. They did that. They did 3 albums within 1 year or so? Or 2 albums, was it? In 1 year of Psychopathic Records, and that was...
It was 2.
Yeah, they did 2 albums. And then they promoted the fuck out of that, saying yo, we riders. All the juggalos around here are riders, we're gangbangers and shit. I mean, how else are you gonna expect the skit labeled even worse? And that's not coming back on them. course all the scrub kids are gonna buy the shit out of that. They'll eat the
And
fuck
I don't
out of
even
it.
care that it's me, but when it's my mother, mother dropped us off in downtown Detroit. She had stuff to do. We were headed over to Canada, and she wanted to make sure we made it, so she drove around the city of Detroit for an hour and a half, she said. And then the next thing she knew, there was this big black SUV with big antennas and blacked out plates and everything that followed her literally all the way from the tunnel on Jefferson, where the bridge to Canada is and the tunnel is, all the way up to her street in Ferndale and down her street to her house, sat there for half an hour, and then left her alone. Now, that's my mother. So, I mean, if you're going to follow me because I was a staff member, then you go right ahead and you follow me. But I sure as shit didn't tell my mom anything. And I don't even know anything. That's the thing. I was actually hauled in for questioning at one point, and they determined I knew nothing. Yet the police, when they pulled Bam and I over the other night, were very intent on, well, you have an interesting past with Psychopathic Records. Want to tell us about that? And I'm like, no, not really. It was determined I didn't know anything. I'm going home. Thank you. I'm disabled. I'm in a wheelchair. I'm pregnant. I'm going home. Thank you. Have a great evening. And, you know, and of course, there's only so much you can do because they have the right to detain you and search you. And fortunately, we didn't have anything on us, but, you know.
Yeah, like I know from personal experience. Once I started driving, here my dumb self decides, oh, let's slap a hatchet man on the back. I have been fucked with. Right now, I've been pulled over 7 times, and I don't do anything wrong.
And you've never gotten a ticket, I'm sure. They just pull you over to question you, and then they let you go.
Exactly. And personally, I've been a juggalo since I was a young kid. It was because of the music that everything in my life, like, I love ICP's old stuff because when I got kidnapped and all that shit went down with me, ICP was there for me to be, like, have a smile on my face. Their music has been there for me. But as, like when I first met Guido, he opened my eyes to the bullshit, and I'm glad that he did because I was all about ICP. I was defending them, but now I see they're not in the right to defending. They're just right now they're pieces of shit in my eyes.
No, and that's the thing. I will sit here and I will defend the first 6 Joker's cards. I will also be the first to tell you that I don't know a lot of the music. I've been around a lot of the staff for years. I will never call myself a juggalo. I come from the goth industrial scene. However, that being said, I'm appreciative of all forms of music as an art form. And
exactly.
And you know, to watch what they did and the things they built from the ground up. Joe used to be happy to do the gathering. He was like, yeah, let's go do this. And tickets were, I want to say the first year they were really cheap or free, and then every year they've just gotten worse and worse. And now Joe doesn't even like doing the gathering. He'll complain about it before he goes out there. He'll complain and be like, I can't believe I'm doing this again. And it's like, then don't.
And see, you know what? Like with me, when I went to the gathering last year, that was my first ever gathering. It was horrible. They had people, like, I'm not dissing on anybody juggalo-wise or not. If you go to the gathering every year, cool. That's on you. You enjoy it, cool. But my first time going there, I saw people smoking crack and shooting up heroin in the woods at night.
I've heard of that, and that is just disgusting.
And
that
I'm like,
not the spirit of the label. That's just gross.
No, it's not. You know, and I thought it was going to be like, you know, like a normal music festival. Like, I've been to Download Music Festival. I thought it would be like that, but like times 50,000. Yeah, same here. But like, I thought it would be like that times 50,000 juggalos and like rap shit versus like punk or metal or anything like that, you know. But it was not like that. Everybody fended for themselves. Everybody was almost like a fiend in a way.
Well, and then I heard about the guy who got his whole car trashed and stolen, and they took everything out.
Yes, I was going to get into that, Sasha.
Yeah.
The thing is that we got all of our food stolen the very first day.
Oh, God.
We went up the hill to the the Red Mist Hill, right by the built-in showers that's actually on the campsite. So we were going to stay there because it had fresh, like, well water, you know? Not no, like, cool-off stations, which were a fucking joke. Alright, so basically we camped there, and then we went back to the car to grab more supplies. Well, when we came back, all of our food was gone. The person that camped next to us, Rizzy Riddlebox was her name, shout out to her, she hooked us up with food. But what we did is they got all of their alcohol stolen. So we just did like the Village People ordeal, you know. But other than them, they were the only like Village People, like everybody's a brother type vibe feeling people. Everyone else was like, oh, let's go get fucked up, or like, oh, so and so's gonna play, let's go in the mosh pit and fuck other people up, you know. It's like there was no love vibe, there was nothing like that. There was no the family vibe that they keep preaching. There was none of that.
Right.
Well, what I expected when I knew I thought we were gonna go this year, what I expected was I got like first like I was scared, like when I heard that I was like, oh, they're all ready to go, and then coming down to it, like August is coming up, it just went into my mind. It's not like it was 5 years ago. It's not like what it was 10 years ago.
No, and that's why they keep us under contract the way they do, because they figure they'll use people like me as long as we have a use, and then it's, oh, well, you're under contract for 7 years, so you can't talk to anyone. You signed an NDA, non-disclosure agreement. So, yeah, I totally agree with you. They've completely lost sight of everything. I understand people that still support Psychopathic from a family aspect, but I'm always saying you can be a juggalo and despise Violent J. However, I do have to say, along the lines of what Fillin said, Shaggy is an innocent. He doesn't know any better. He doesn't. Jay makes all the shots, and Shaggy just goes with it because the man has no job skills or anything else to do with himself if he's not following Violent J. So
yeah,
he really is an innocent. He's very sweet.
Like he's a puppet.
Yeah, pretty much. And he's very sweet.
Personally, I have no problem with Shaggy. I have no problem with Shaggy. Shaggy seems like a guy that he grew up with Violent J. When Violent J turned, Shaggy probably was like, what the fuck's going on? I have no idea what's going on. What the fuck? Why does everyone hate us now? What the fuck?
Yep, that's pretty much how he is too. And he himself couldn't handle it. And I don't know if you remember, we had an episode on air, which I won't awfully go into, but he basically came in drunk and made a mess out of the studio because he was mad at Jay. So they had to redo the entire studio last year. And he was just really mad because he's saying, hey, these people used to say, hey, what up, Shags, as I walk down the street. Now people are throwing crap at me. They're throwing whole bottles of Faygo. What the fuck? And that really happens to him. He can't even sit in peace with his own kids and his family. And I'm pretty sure he's probably heard about the whole FBI thing, too, because it's not just the staff it's affecting. It's our families. I've had people that have been questioned that I spoke with once as a bartender years ago, and people have gone in and questioned them. What do you know about her? Did she talk about any gang activity? Is she this? Is she that? And they're like, no, I spoke with her once. She seemed like a nice girl, pretty quiet, kept to herself. You know, and it's not just me. It's everybody around me that I've ever had dealings with that's now put in this position, and that really pisses me off.
Yeah. Like, just to see what it came from. It came from the Carnival Carnage with these guys trying to make it big, but they didn't want to make it big. It happened. They saw the money, and the way I look at it is once you see the money and see what it can become, they took it, and we have, like, to see, like, let's say, great albums like the Riddle Box, and for people to compare that to, like, Mighty Desktop, it's a slap in my face for when I used to, like, I love the 6-stroker cards, but for people to compare the new deck to this deck, it's complete shit. It's
well,
like,
first of all, there should be no new deck. It should have ended like it was supposed to. It says the carnival consumes us all. What the fuck is this new deck shit? That's ridiculous.
Exactly, and that's how I feel too.
Yeah, when me and Guido have talked about Bang Paul Boom and my desktop, and it makes no sense. Like, there's
no message. There's several messages, but there's no fluent message behind the new ones. Plus, it just seems like they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And also, it seems like Shags, he's just along with the ride because he's just, if there's, like Fillin said on that one radio show a while back, there's more money in ICP versus Shaggy 2 Dope album.
Personally,
there's more money in ICP. There's more money in a ICP album than there is on a Violent J album. That's why they haven't broken up yet. That's what he said. And along lines, also with that, with the people, how you said that they haven't paid people. A long time ago, Ishan was promised $2 million, or I believe it was like a 2-year contract. And
Back
he
in
was
the days
supposed
when
to
he
release.
had to walk them to the studio and everything, I'd heard about that.
Yup. And he had like, I think it was like a 3 or 2 CD contract where he had to make 2 solo CDs on your side, and then he could leave. Well, apparently he only got paid like $250,000 of the $2 million that he was in contract with. So that's why he's salty with him. And judging by based what you said and what Fillin said in the past, saying that he can hardly get gas just to go to the radio show, that they have been screwing people over.
Well, and it's worse than that. I actually kept promising the person that I was in a relationship with, oh yeah, they're paying me this week, and Jay would actually come to our house and put in this like huge Vivint security system. I don't know if you know about Vivint, but basically a bunch of smoke and mirrors. I could control the entire house from my phone. It was pretty pimp. That was part of my contract, so that like as I left, I could check on my phone and look at the cameras and turn the heat and lights on and everything. And it's like, well, that's all fine and dandy, but then I'm sitting here promising this person that I was at that point in a 16-year relationship with. I was promising him money and, you know, oh, they're paying me this week, and I lost everything. I lost everything I owned. I lost a 16-year friendship and relationship. I lost my animals. Everything just gone, you know?
Yeah.
And it's all because he wants to make his pockets fatter, and he'll promise anybody anything he thinks will get them to sign. Knowing that I wasn't from his scene, he was like, well, if I throw a bunch of money at her, she'll do this. And it wasn't even about that for me. You know, if he had just said, hey, this is unpaid, but will you do it, I would have still done it. But then to try to support a family and be told that this is what I'm getting, and then I never saw a dime of anything, ever. So,
yeah, and that's fucked up.
Yeah, and so Fillin is absolutely right. And I know there were people that were like, no way they didn't pay you. I promise you, Fillin was telling you the truth. So,
and because what we just want to get is like, what we want to understand and what I want to understand, and also prove to other motherfuckers that are diehard ICP fans and they can't see past the bullshit, is like, hey, these people screw a lot of people over. They screw Twiztid over, who were their best friends, you know, since the beginning. But in a way, they also stole Twiztid. In a way, they also just stole Twiztid's original gimmick, which was the House of Crazies, which I think was a lot more, you know, believable, like music-wise, back in that time period than ICP was. And
well,
it was
I've wonderful people.
Right.
So, you know, to sit there and screw them over, especially when you've got that kind of friendship behind it, I don't know how Jay can sleep at night, because those guys are just so sweet, and anytime they walk into a room, they are, what you see is exactly what you get. There is no fake, there is no bullshit with them. The dynamic between them is exactly what you see. And you know,
and I met these guys. They're way nicer than, like, you see in videos, like, they're cracking jokes. That's exactly what they are. They're not just cracking jokes on camera. They do it. They're normal guys. They're not like, I'm making a lot of money. Don't touch me. They're like, yo, what up, brother? What up?
You wouldn't even know that they have what they do. Like, they'll just walk in and, like, one point on one of the radio shows, they took my cell phone and did the whole Magic Ninja what bit. And just everybody in the studio was just dying laughing. Like, they're just hilarious like that. And the dynamic between them is always, you never see them fight. You never see a problem between them. And they're just, it doesn't matter whether it's money or business. You just have no idea what they have because they don't live like that. They don't put it on blast like that. So,
yeah, they're normal guys. They're sweet, and they're nice. Like, I met these guys at their, Price Fest, and, like, I met these guys, and I thought they were going to be like, I met bands before, I met groups before, they're all like, oh, yeah. These guys are cracking jokes, they're fun, and they're like, and I remember walking out, and they threw a guy a bag of weed, like, just to be nice. They're like, oh, he's like, man, someone jacked me. They're like, what you, and they gave him like $10 and to go get back home to the train and shit. These, like, Twiztid's like the nicest people I ever met. Like, to give a guy $10 because he gets jacked at your concert, one of the nicest things. They didn't have to do that.
Right. Just so you know, we might be getting messed with by the cops. They might see us in the park. So we couldn't do the interview at my mom's for obvious reasons because she's petrified of the whole FBI thing. So I promised her that we would go to the park at the end of the street. So just so you know, this might happen because this happens to me on almost a daily basis now.
Yeah.
So,
like,
but the thing is, Sasha, have you ever noticed that the recent album that the Twiztid release was Abominations, right?
Right.
Well, I've noticed this at the very beginning when they first leaked the cover photos of it with the new face paint. I'm like, they are going act the hell crazy.
if I have to go really quick, I will call you. No, neither one of us is Joe. 2041 Romeo. Yeah, sorry, this is happening. I'm actually in the middle of a radio station interview. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But if he'll let me stay on the phone, I'll still stay here. Okay, we'll be happy to leave. I'm sorry. Sorry to bother you guys this evening. Sounds good.
Like I was saying, Sasha, like their newest gimmick or face paint is House of Crazies, which makes me believe, and that was on their cover, you know. And I thought that they were going to go back to the roots, like with that whole acid rap style beats and shit that a bunch of people who are old school juggalos fucking still love.
Right.
But did they do that? They didn't really do that. They did real music, though. You know, they didn't do that. I'm a weed smoker. Yeah, you know, like they used to when they first started off.
Like, I love their new, like, I want to buy their new album, but money and shit, but, like, I heard the new songs and they're, personally, like, I know people have been bitching about Jamie's new voice, Madrox, and his all, like, fast rapping, but I have no complaints with it. It sounds new, it sounds fresher. He's trying something new.
Yeah, see, I love that. Like, it's always better for an artist to branch off and do different things that they wouldn't normally do. And even if you just look at it as a concept album, it's still a part of the story.
Yeah.
Right.
It's the same thing that Marilyn Manson did with Mechanical Animals. And, you know, I can't necessarily look at it as a Marilyn Manson album, but it's still a great piece of work.
Yeah, and for it to be on Psychopathic Records and how they been fucking over people's albums. Like, I have noticed, like if you look at Boondocks, his third album, no offense to Docs, no offense to Boondocks, that album was, in my mind, a bad album.
That's because Jay went through, and after Docs was finished with it, Jay went and played with it. He was mad that Docs was doing so well. He always wanted Docs to be a joke, and when Docs broke out of that, he got mad, and he went and played with his entire album. And put extra vocals on it, rearranged songs, took out some of the ones that Docs wanted, and put in ones that shouldn't have made the cut. And that whole album was Jay's fault.
Yeah.
So, and I know Doc feels bad about it. He's like, this is second-rate crap, and I know it. So he'll be the first to tell you.
Well, Sasha, you do know about the gang rags ordeal, right?
No, I don't know the full story behind that.
Well, apparently the deluxe version that's out there nowadays that you could only buy at shows and or on eBay, right? The deluxe version that has all different songs, but it's called Gang Rags Deluxe, whatever the fuck, Popoporium, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Right.
It has that, and it has that name on it, and that was the one that had J10 song on it, but they just took that song out. Well, apparently, whenever the song with J10 was on, they took that song out. Violent J, or Joe Bruce, scrapped the whole entire album, made him rewrite one which had the Gang Rags, which was sold with the CDs. Which also is another reason why we got hurt so bad, like fan base-wise, the Juggalos-wise, got hurt so bad, because they sell bandanas with their fucking CDs. Really?
Well, yes, like, what do you think is going to happen when you put out 4 different colors of bandanas or 5 different, or whatever you did, and you put gang rags right on the bandanas? What do you think is going to happen to us? And he didn't realize, again, he didn't just hurt the fans, he hurt everybody but himself with that. because he just throws money at it and it goes away and nobody cares, you know, and the rest of us are left to suffer and pick up the pieces. I have a mom that when we came into town wouldn't even let us sleep in her house because she's terrified of this FBI thing. We had to sleep in the backyard in a tent with no running water, no nothing. And she's like, you know, this isn't against you. And she didn't know I was pregnant at the time, to her defense. But, you know, to sit there and she's like, well, you can't be in the house when I'm gone because I just don't want anyone questioning me again. And, you know, my mom, she was the head of Detroit Special Ed for years. She's a great woman. And to sit here and have to not be in my own mother's house because Joe thought it was cool to sue the FBI. And it's just, I am so angry about that. Forget the not being paid. Forget what he's done to my friends. The fact that they're not fucking with my family. That's the very core of what Psychopathic's supposed to be as a family. And now you're fucking with mine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And with the whole suing FBI thing, I think that with the whole suing FBI thing was a blessing and yet also a curse. A curse for some juggalos in different states. You know, because some like, I live in Grand Rapids, Michigan. On the whole entire west side of Michigan. Over here it's a lot better than in Detroit. Or Chicago.
We actually have a beach house in Grand Haven, so I know right where you're at.
Right on. So you know where I'm at. You know how the fucking cops are over here. They barely ever mess with you at all. You know, and
right, they're like summer partiers. Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, and like in certain big cities, like say where it's from, Chicago, where you're at right now in Detroitish area, you know, it's bad for cops there because they then profile innocent kids who just claim Juggalo as a fan of the music. You know, they're not.
And they look at them and they go, "What's this green flag out your back pocket that says gang rags on it?" You know, so it goes back to that.
Exactly, and then you get a gang profile.
Yeah, I remember making a YouTube video. Remember my YouTube video, Lucas, about protesting against gang rags and stop? I told everyone to stop wearing them. Yep. It's just gonna add to it. And I got so much hate on that one video. It's like I was making a good point.
Like, right. Yeah. I'll have to go back and look that up because that sounds like a really good thing to do.
Yeah, like, but, I remember I saw this picture on Facebook that got me going. It was like a guy wearing the gang rag and throwing up the hand sign. I'm like, I hit my forehead. I'm like, really? Are you fucking stupid? It's a fucking album. They do not mean you to throw up the gang sign. It's an album, please.
And the worst is when, and I don't know the different colors and things like that, but I know there was one picture circulating where the different kids wearing the different colors were throwing up their correct gang signs for the colors. And it's like,
exactly.
Really? You're going to either get yourself killed or get all of us profiled or both. Come on now.
Yeah, and where I'm from, I live by the west side, and I have the Latin Kings and shit. You have a bunch of white kids running around throwing up gang signs. That's
in neighborhoods where they're going to get themselves killed. It's not even just about getting us profiled. It's people getting hurt over that.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I have to wonder why
point.
would relate to that. Now, I don't know Chris very well. I know he likes to kill zombies and stuff like that in video games, but I don't know him really well. But you have to wonder, what the hell was this guy thinking?
Yeah. I don't know if he was just rolling with the punches maybe on that one, because from what I've heard, Zy owes him a shit ton of money, and that's why he hasn't left yet.
Yeah, he started out, from what I understand, he started in our warehouse. If the story is to be believed, I don't really know. I wasn't there at that time, but...
He started, the story is, like, he started off back, he rapped about it, he started off backstage, and then Twiztid told him to push him. Like, he released an album, they said no, it did not, it fell through, and I guess Twiztid kept pushing that to be like, give him a chance, give him a chance, give him a chance, and now we have Blaze.
Yeah, that's
pretty much.
That's what I understood too. And he actually started off doing embroidery in our warehouse originally, is what I'd heard. And I heard that he was paid very well for that, because they usually do. They're pretty smart about that. Our behind-the-scenes people, the people that do the embroidery in the warehouse, the people that really work their asses off round the clock, 9-to-5 jobs, they get paid decently. And they do all right. It's just when it comes to the talent and the radio that we just all get screwed over. But I've even heard from some of the people from the warehouse that they're getting messed with by the police now too. And they're like, really? I just sew logos on jerseys all day. What could I possibly know? I've never even come into contact with ICP, because some of them haven't. You know, we have tons of interns, and that's the other thing. Joe loves to exploit intern work. He'll go to, like, Specs Howard, and he'll just pull, like, say, 50 interns or whatever, and then at the end of the week, we have maybe 15 or 20 of them left, and he just goes through the office and fires them. Like, that's his favorite thing to do. He just comes through and he goes, you're fired, fuck you, get out, get out, get out. And then if you happen to be in his way, you don't have a job for no good reason. So he loves to do that, and then these poor kids don't see a dime of it, and they have to go back to school and say, I failed. And is that right? No. These are kids.
No, you need internships. You need the hours to internship to graduate.
And so then when they get fired, they fail their classes, and it's like, that's not right either. Just because you were having a bad day and didn't have enough fucking Vicodin, you're going to go through and fucking fire everybody? Fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, I've just had it with that man. I hope somebody does leave him alone with his motherfucking money, because it needs to be now.
Yeah, like, personally, Violent J, like I said this before, every artist that is up, like, has money up their ass needs to take it away and throw them back in the food staff line, so they understand where the fuck they came from. That's the only
that's
way.
the thing, Dominic. They don't know where, they've forgotten where they came from. At least Violent J, for that matter. Violent J used to be kids in Esham's fucking black ass falling up and down Detroit back in the day whenever they first started off, you know. They bit so much shit off Esham. Lyric-wise, they just changed up a couple words, sitting on a crack out, earning my pay, you know. He used that as his own solo album. Like, I mean, he stole shit from him, and he used to kiss his ass, and then he screws him over, and now all this other shit is finally coming to surface that, hey, ICP aren't the, like, I hate to say it, but aren't the childhood stars that we used to love, you know, in a way. You know, some of these people grew up with these guys, and they have the mentality of ICP can't do no wrong, when in actuality they've done wrong, you know. And that's why I wanted to get you on here, Sasha, because I know that Bam's been hitting me up every so often, like, dude, this bullshit happened, that bullshit happened, lost my place, lost this, lost that. I'm like, damn. You know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, why isn't anybody taking the wool from their eyes and just seeing what the fuck is actually happening? But people don't or refuse to, you know?
Well, and when you first sign with them, they're so sweet. They're, you know, like, they put the big security system in, they gave me a car, they made sure I was taken care of, so I believed in the contract. And then one day, all of a sudden, Violent J said, oh, well, I need to borrow that car back just for today. Mine's broken down. I never saw the car again. And the next thing I knew, the alarm system was like $1,000 in arrears, and the only thing I could do was settle out of court with the company and pay it myself. So not only have they not paid me, but I've gone in debt supporting my career with them. So, I mean, and that's what they do to everybody. It's like, they treat you like you're golden, and especially like me not coming from their scene, they especially tried to charm me. Because for some reason they thought for sure I wasn't going to do it. And again, I wouldn't have cared if they said that I had to support everything and pay out of pocket. If it's what I wanted to do for myself, that's what I would have done. I didn't need some big fancy contract with a bunch of numbers in front of me. I didn't need that. Really? All I needed was to know that what I was doing was right and that I was backing something that I could believe in. And I can't say that anymore. And if they were to call me tomorrow, I'd tell them to fuck off and say that I'd done this interview and they can sue me if they want. I don't have anything to sue because they didn't give me anything. So, you want to sue a girl that's on disabilities and pregnant? Go for it.
That'll be the stupidest decision of their life.
Pretty much. And so now I'm pretty much saying bring it on, and I'm trying to get out of my contract at this point.
So you're still
and
like,
again, I can't go too much into that. Contract? Yeah, I'm still under contract for the next 5 years. They sign 7 years with most of us because that way when they're done with us, they can say, well, you're still under contract. We could still use you so that you don't talk. They dangle that carrot. And and I can't walk away.
Twiztid, right?
Pretty much. And the way that they did Twiztid was just absolutely awful.
Yeah, they fucked them over so bad.
Well,
yeah,
well,
we do.
Sasha, we got like 3 minutes left on the clock here before the show ends. What do you have to say? Final words, and shout outs and all that.
Final words are whoop whoop to anyone that is on my Facebook page and anyone that's listening right now. A big thank you to Boondocks and everybody else whose name at the label I've mentioned. I hope there are no hard feelings except for Violent J. I love you all. And I guess stay true to yourself. And 7 Shines all day, Corrupted Minds Entertainment.
Right on. Yeah. Well, Sasha, we're going to have to let you go because the timer's about to click off on us. Thank you for coming up on our show. And
Thank you for
sharing and standing on your fucking soapbox. If you want on here anytime, just hit me up. You know where I'm at. So.
Yeah,
Sounds great.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you for having me. You guys have a great night.
Yeah, you too, sweetheart.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Violent J's blunted thoughts. Blunted thoughts. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you ain't gonna do all that, man. You know what I'm saying? What's your blunted thoughts right now, money? He's looking emotional right now. That's what I'm saying, man. Cry me a river.
Check it out, y'all. I happen to know that we are living in history right now. And this is how it goes. The other day, last September, I was watching the news. You know, it was like a month ago, whatever.
Right.
I was watching the news, and they were like, a year ago today, Bin Laden knocked them buildings down, you know.
Not Ishama Bin Laden.
Not Ishama Bin Laden, but Bin Laden.
Right.
And that more people died in that than people died in Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, and think about how we learned about Pearl Harbor up in school and shit. And the bottom line is, we're living in history right now. History happened. That our grandchildren will learn about that. They'll sit and learn about it in school textbooks.
See, you want to know something crazy though? Remember when we was kids, when they first came with those new cop cars with the Capris or whatever, Capri Suns, whatever the fuck they call them? We used to call them RoboCop cars. Remember?
That's right. This is the future. But what I'm saying is, we are living in history right now. We're all young. It's mostly people that can walk and ain't that old that can download this. And we're going to be old as hell and gray, and we're going to be lame as fuck, man. And you know what? We're living in our best days right now. We're living in history. It's going down. And the sad thing is, for only a little bit more time, we're living in the days of the 6 Joker cards. But after the 6 comes out,
the 6 will live forever, though, man.
Right, they all will. But after it comes out, it's it. The countdown's over with. It's all a memory. The time between the 3rd and the 4th, and the time between the 1st and 2nd, and the 5th and 6th, it's all a memory. It'll say, remember when you were doing the 6 Joker cards? Remember when the Joker cards were coming out? That was a shit. Your children will ask you, Mom, what was it like when
Mom, I'm Dad,
what was it like when the 6 Joker card, when the 5th came out? Were people tripping? Were they tripping when the 6 came out, Mom, Dad? What were they like, motherfucker? Tell me, you motherfucker, I want to know. And we're living in those days right now.
It's Raymond Diamonds from here on out. You know what I'm saying?
Raymond Diamond, he's a great guy. You're talking about Raymond Diamond, Fresno,
yeah,
awesome guy. Raymond Diamond, Rowdy Raymond Diamond, he's a wrestler.
There you go, man.
But what I'm saying is, right now, damn it, seriously, right now, this is it, dog.
No doubt.
We only got a few more days until the whole countdown is over.
I skipped it. Damn, they call him Skip.
Is this Volunteer's Flooded Thoughts? I didn't know I was featuring anybody on my first episode.
What you laughing at, motherfucker?
I didn't even fucking know I had to feature anyone. I wanted a tripod with everybody sitting behind me.
Well, hey.
Lens on me, motherfucker.
All right, we have out of battery, so.
Juggalos, juggalettes, they're just. I ain't thinking about that shit. Just how motherfuckers are mad at us and shit. I know a lot of that shit stems from the Marz. And like, real shit at this point, just reflecting on it, at the end of the day, and this is just me, this isn't anybody else, I shouldn't even be talking about no shit like this, but I think in 2020 is hindsight, we should have been there for nothing else but for you, regardless of what it was. something, but you guys wanted us to be there, and we let all this other shit get in the way of whatever the fuck it is. And at the end of the day, we fucking let you down because we should have seen through it and just been there. And I apologize from all members to every one of you that felt a certain way about it. You know what I mean? No bullshit. I said I would never talk about it again, but it's just been on my mind lately. And I just want to say that. But whatever it was, it doesn't matter. You guys wanted us there, you needed us there. And we let whatever interfere with that. And I apologize. I apologize for that. It took a while maybe for me to see what that was, but I did. And we can move past it. But that's not what it means. It's not about who's in the right or who's in the wrong or what we thought it was. At the end of the day, you guys wanted us somewhere. And we weren't. And I apologize for that. And that'll never happen again. You know what I mean? We all do make mistakes, kid. But I don't think enough people own up to them when they have made a mistake. You know what I mean? Like, just get over it. Like, no, this is bothers me. We got to a point where it's like that. Like, I just want to tell you guys, because I know there's a couple of y'all that are like, man, fuck. And I apologize for that. And like I said, this is coming from me.
And the ambulance has pulled up. Spooky. Let's check out and see what happens here. As you can see, Twiztid is with them. Hey, there they are. So right now, let's check out some chicken hunting, shall we? All right, we're out of the rain. We're in the fun house. Guess who we got with us? We got a double bill. ACP with Twiztid. How you guys doing? Say something. I seen you around.
How am I insulting you? What you saying? Hey, you gonna snap next? Come down here. So I said, I'm gonna come down here. I was 2 blocks over. I said, I'm gonna come down here. I'm down here. What's up? Man, these 2 punks you got out here with these masks, boy, what? I'll take those guys don't scare you? Yeah, give a shot at them. Look at it. Johnson, no.
So wait a second now. If you come to one insane clown posse show, you'll see why we don't play instruments. It's pure pain. Look at these guys.
I know. I'm looking.
Yeah, you get covered with the Fago.
Now, Henry Tom.
Did we mention the Monoxide top Twiztid here? Twiztid! You guys, their album comes out June 22nd.
It is already out in the stores right now.
Right now. Come here. Talk about it.
Say something. Come on, say something.
We make friendly, family-oriented music. We make music for the youth of America today. Me, Shaggy, Monoxide, Patron, positive role model. 100%. Music for children to enjoy. So to listen to it is for people. You catch my drift, anybody? Ain't got any guys this
Of my days and nights of mystery.
I feel like such a big shot roaming in here. Spit your first one take, all done quick.
They had a comedic thing to them, where they could take a bad situation and point out the humor in it, which is genius, man. It's like that was what made them genius.
Magic ninjas what? Magic ninjas what?
Magic ninjas what?
Magic ninja what? Magic ninjas what? Magic ninjas what? Magic ninjas what?
We love you motherfuckers for real.
Hey, we ain't stripping down this week.
like, oh, hold up now.
Loaded! Woo-hoo!
I was about to say my ass was about to be out.
Oh, shit!
Oh, damn.
Loaded!
That motherfucker is crazy. Hey, we love you, motherfuckers.
We're in Hartford, Connecticut at the Webster Theater for ICP, the American Psychos tour with Twiztid and Blaze.
Don't forget about Wolfpack.
I want to check them out. Let's go check them out.
I'm Violent J. I'm Shaggy DJ, and we are the Insane Clown Donuts.
Look at that. The ICD?
Yeah.
Holy shit. I think they're going to love them. This is going to be awesome.
It is nothing short of a miracle.
You know, I mean, it's so anatomically correct because it's like Joey's all cut up. What do you mean? Jay's chocolate's a little rounder.
Don't do that to my friend. Just because he's a bigger guy doesn't mean...
I didn't do it. I'm just
saying
pointing it out.
That means he gets more donut. That's all.
That's Jay. And Shags in the box, baby. Get in there, you son of a bee.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
It's burning the cake.
And they're supposed to be filled with raspberry jelly, so when you eat them, you get the whole bloody experience. It's the shit, dude.
Boom, shalaka, boom.
Yeah.
Hey, please.
I'll leave. When he's arrested?
I'm going to fuck your daughter. Dude.
My 14-year-old daughter. My daughter's 14.
How you doing?
Did somebody call the police?
What's up, you little flirt?
He climbed over the back balcony and busted in and tried to attack.
Dirty little slut.
Get him. He's just here. He's just here.
Oh, he's hitting her. Get it on camera. Get it on camera, Chuck. Get it on camera. No, get it on camera, Chuck. Get it back, Chuck. Fuck him up, Chuck. Fuck him up, Chuck. Get him, Chuck.
Oh my god.
Pressing.
Dark Carnival is a form of karma. It's a form of lifestyle. It's a representation of what Earth should be like. Brotherhood. We should all get each other's backs, but it's not going to be that way. So the chosen few that are that way, we gather, we get together, and this is who we are. You know, and it's magic. No one else has this.
He literally just sat here on Instagram and said he's sorry for dissing Violent J. As far as I'm concerned, Magic Ninja, y'all motherfuckers are weak as hell. You just had one of your fucking people come out and apologize to everybody for dissing Jay. And at the same time, I can sit back and say, you know what? You're damn right you apologize, bitch.
To me with his 3-year-old daughter, and he's like, yo, G-Mo, can we get a picture, man? My daughter got something for you. And his 4-year-old daughter gave me a raccoon teddy bear with this GameCube keychain connected to it. I take a picture with them. He said they was big fans. The next day, I get on the internet, and the Juggalos are calling me a coon and saying, look, G-Mo Ski accepted his coon award. Yeah. Coon award. I'm like, man, y'all out of pocket for using this little girl like that, man. Like, they was fans and all of this shit. And then the dad came on there, and the dad was even calling me a coon. So, like, the dad literally set that shit up. Like, he approached me with his daughter, with a raccoon teddy bear, had me take a picture, and then went online with the other Juggalos and started saying, yo, I gave G-Mo his coon award. And I just wanted to fucking, I'm like, yo, I kept the GameCube. I threw away the raccoon teddy bear, but I kept the GameCube keychain because it's awesome. And I don't never want to forget how I was treated by y'all niggas. Like, you feel me? This is real talk. This is just honesty. You feel me? And nothing ever happened for me, bro. Nobody stood up for me, bro. You know what I mean? I had these motherfuckers calling me a coon and all of these niggers and shit, man. Nobody stood up for me, man. Like, it was nothing. Like, it felt like it wasn't even happening. Like, but, yeah, this keychain holds that memory.
Jerome Bettis was nice enough to give us this wonderful room to sit in with TVs and shit. Oh, that's D-Mo Ski right there.
Ski, motherfucker.
Jesus. It's family in this motherfucker. Holy shit. Twiztid's in this motherfucker. Yeah. They let us in a nice room. We're all family. Everybody's family, man. You know what I'm saying? No one can divide family, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's supposed to be about love, right?
Yes, sir.
We're gonna keep it about love. We don't want to make it something else. Check my nigga.
We will not be strong-armed or bullied or made to do anything.
Right. So
by anybody. We left Psychopathic to get away from ICP and their wrongdoings of us. Don't y'all get that? And y'all see, in the beginning, some were mad. As time passed, you get it now. And I'm telling you, you'll get it again. You'll see.
I'm not trying to belittle someone for their beliefs. No. To me, that's not what a juggalo is about. A juggalo is about embracing your individuality, and if I'm to be told what to do, there's no individuality in that. That's a dictatorship.
Right.
Is that a real word?
And it ain't about me. And it ain't about him. It's about you. And I don't want you to have to look at your fucking tattoos any differently.
Right. We always said the fucking greatest thing about being a juggalo is your independence, your free thinking, your ability to be yourself. And now you're telling me that most of the juggalos follow what another man tells them. Like, that ain't what it's about. You can listen, and if it's... I don't see why one man's opinion of another man factors in your judgment of a person without you being able to physically assert the situation yourself in person. That goes all ways. I don't understand that. A lot of people don't care about the beef, Rosie, but a lot of people care about us, and a lot of people care about them. And I understand that. So when one side hears some shit, the other side like, ah, rah, rah, rah. When one side hears some shit, the other side like, ah, rah, rah, rah. And it's bigger than us. It's bigger than them. It's bigger than beef. It's big. It's shit that I think people have had on their mind for a long time. But it just got to the point where it was for real, y'all. We were going to die as a band. Die as a band. We had to take the leap, take the chance. You don't think we knew that people were gonna be like, what the fuck? We knew. We knew all about it, man. We knew. But there was nothing, that was our only recourse. We had to get punched in the face a bunch of times from everybody that was pissed off about us leaving for the wounds to heal, and finally people start realizing, I fucking get it now. I get it now. I miss Shaggy too, though. A lot. That was like one of my best fucking friends. That dude was like one of my best fucking friends.
Motherfucker, you want to just get bootlegged? Hey, let me tell you something. Damn.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Oh, don't think it ain't official.
Yeah, boy. Yeah.
You see that painted ass neck? You better ask somebody about that.
What's that for purpose? Scary motherfucker.
That's right. Watch this.
Hey, watch it.
Yeah, you represent them.
Yeah, what the hell is you trying to sabotage me?
I didn't know the motherfucking shots was going to be like
I can see myself in there, y'all. See, man, that's how he does. You want me to tell you why he does that? So that you can see the beat. Right. It's all about the dancing, so we play.
coat and shimmered around. And then that's why the glow came in. Because he moves the hand around. Which hand you see? My piece fucking flabbergasted. I see a white. Hey man, you got that camera on, dog? You got it on. Why you put up with my homie, hey, man? Why you fucking with my homie? Take that shit out. We at the video shoot. We running hoes like prostitutes. All we do is bust freestyles and have your women on us.
This is what I've learned.
Okay.
There's two sets of juggalos, right? There's the motherfuckers that wear paint all the time and they live the shit. I mean, fucking live it. You know what I mean? And then there's the other people that just casually, they like it. They dig the music, they dig the atmosphere. They don't necessarily paint out, but they'll come out to the shows, buy your merch or whatever. The crazy thing to me is that y'all can't mix. That's what I don't understand. I don't understand where the separation came between y'all. That shit is insane to me. I don't understand where the message got twisted. It's a whole nother seminar, but it's something to think about. Who left?
Okay, listen.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Okay, who left? Okay.
Hey, we left. We're here. We left. Keep it real.
But hold on. I don't understand why that makes two sets of, well, like what makes these juggalos so much more better than these juggalos?
To go to fuck down.
I need to hear it for real, because I'm baffled.
So if it's really family love, then look out for your motherfucking family.
Well, we need to think up a new motherfucking word and quit fronting.
Distant cousin.
We'll just be some juggalos or something.
Distant cousin.
For real.
That's what it's like. You see a motherfucker laying, puking and the shit, everybody like, let's go kick him.
Right.
That's your family. Help that motherfucker up. Sit him up. Get him ice cold water. Show the love. Where is the love? Where is the love? Don't say it, be it.
That's it.
If you're one of them people who say family and all that shit, I feel you. But do that shit. Yeah. Don't just say it because it's the cool thing. I don't want to be the only one to get punched.
Because I'll tell you for real, 100%. A juggalo is a juggalo. And for another juggalo to bomb on somebody just because he's not as hardcore.
Because you don't have paint on her because you're not as old.
I ain't wearing paint. We wear that shit as little as possible. Don't nobody bomb on us. Don't nobody say, you motherfuckers ain't juggalos.
Right. She don't own the first issue of motherfucking Carnival Carnage. Let's beat your ass. What the fuck does that mean?
Give me the first 25 bands on the label then, bitch.
Right.
I don't even know that.
If we're all equal and we're all a family, then no one is bigger than anyone. We're all equal. We're you, you're us.
That's why we come out with no paint on. So the shock will wear off, man. So y'all don't understand.
We're just like you.
Right.
There's nothing different between us and you but the microphones, and we speak for you, so you should respect that.
Tell Mr. Dennett that Ricky Bobby is my best friend. And it's shaking big time.
Boy, Cal, I don't like the way you're talking out there.
Damn the torpedoes! Come on, man, slingshot it! Slingshot, come on!
I can't believe it. If it isn't Mike Honcho himself, shake it back, buddy!
Shake it before you bake it!